I have a mobile phone in my Dantian. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1 Sudan. Chapter 1 Sudan. The Jin Dynasty has been established for 1,000 years, and its national strength is prosperous. It is one of the 3 kingdoms in the world. There are many mountains and swamps in the north of the country, and there are big demons gathering in them, often appearing and causing troubles to the world. Ningan County is close to the Tezha Mountains. There is a county in it, named Pingan County. The scenery in the county is pleasant and the people are simple. There is a village in the county, named Yangjiazhuang. In the evening, the setting sun is dominant on the top of the mountain. The orange-red slanting light shines on the gatehouse street of Yangjiazhuang, reflecting the people coming and going on the street. Although Zhuangzi is a small village, it also has thousands of people. This world is full of spiritual energy, the population is prosperous, and the normal life expectancy is also very long. It is common to have 4 generations of grandparents and grandchildren living together. On the street, a horse ran quickly, and there was a young man on the horse's back, with a flamboyant face. "Get out of the way in front, get out of the way." The sound of horse hooves was urgent, and many pedestrians on the street hurriedly avoided it. But there was an old man in front of him. Although he had white hair, he was tall and strong. He heard the shouting, but he ignored it, and walked on his own. The horse's hoof was about to step on him. The young man on the horse's back changed his face slightly and hurriedly pulled the reins. Nowadays, the county magistrate is fair and strict. If someone really hurts someone in the street, he will have to pay compensation and be beaten. Whoa. The horse's hoof stepped on the ground and stopped just behind the old man. The young man on the horse glared at the old man in front of him. "You old man, are you hard of hearing? Whose kid is so arrogant?" The old man snorted coldly and turned his head to look at him. Although his temples were grey, he had a majestic look. "Ah, it's old Master Yang." The young man's face changed drastically, and he got off the horse in a hurry, smiling and bowing repeatedly. "The boy Yang Kang has offended the old master. Please don't be angry." "Humph, I was wondering who it was." It turned out to be Erlang's family. Erlang is also well known in the village for being well educated and well mannered, and he has also achieved academic success. "How could he raise a son like you?" Old Master Yang glared, then waved his hand, walked over and pulled the reins of the horse behind Yang Kang. "I'll take this horse and teach you a lesson." "Hey, old master, my horse," Yang Kang said anxiously. He just spent 20 big bucks to buy this horse from the horse farm. He wanted to show off, but he didn't expect that it would be taken away in the blink of an eye. How could he be willing? The old master turned around and glared at him. "If you want a horse, let Erlang come to my house to ask for it. I was just going to have a good talk with him." "My father?" Yang Kang was immediately discouraged. Tell his father? That's not just a matter of a beating. Afraid that he would be stuck at home copying the 4 books and 5 classics for a whole month. "I might as well tell my brother Sudan," Yang Kang muttered. "Then go and sue him. See if he will help you." The old man laughed and pulled the horse away. Yang Kang followed him, hoping that the old man would be soft-hearted and give him back. The old vendors around were watching this scene and talking about it. This Yangan, he spent the first half of his life as a escort and horseman. He was also living a life on the edge of a knife outside. I heard that he had a wife, but later his wife ran away. He only came back to our village in his later years. He is lucky. Now he does nothing. He just strolls around the streets all day and teases these younger generations. If you had a son of the head of the flying fisherman in our county, you could also walk your birds and drink tea all day. He is an adopted son. The child's surname is Su, not Yang. Although he is an adopted son, is it worse to treat Yangan than a biological son? That's right. Speaking of it, it has been 5 years. If Yangan hadn't rescued that kid on the bank of the Han River outside the village 5 years ago, he wouldn't be as glorious as he is today. Talking about it. 5 years. Yangan's home is located in the big alley in the south of Zhuangzi. There is only one family in the alley. It is also one of the largest mansions in Zhuangzi. The words Yang Mansion are written on the front gate, but strictly speaking, the owner of this house is surnamed Su. The residents of Sudong-su, one of the 3 major flying fish catchers in Pinggan County. Although the county magistrate is a 7th rank official, he manages the people's livelihood and has great power. The constables and yamen runners under his command naturally have no official positions, but the constables are different. There are 2 types of constables in the county. One is the regular constable, who is the normal leader of the constables and yamen runners. He enjoys the emperor's food and is awarded an official position by the court. He holds a 9th rank official position. There is another type, the flying fish catcher. The flying fish catcher is awarded with flying fish robes and is an 8th rank official of the court. He cooperates with the county magistrate to manage the local area. Of course, his status is very different. Like Pinggan County, there are 150 constables and yamen runners. These constables and yamen runners are also divided into 3 parts, which are commanded by the 3 major flying fish catchers. If the county magistrate wants to use the flying fish catcher, he also needs to have a good face, because the county magistrate can dismiss the acting 9th rank catcher, but he cannot move the 8th rank flying fish catcher granted by the court. If a county magistrate leaves office, he can take the catcher and the yamen runners with him, but he cannot take the flying fish catcher with him. Old Master Yang happily pulled the horse into his house. He was humming a little tune, and it was obvious that he was in a good mood. Master. As soon as he entered the door, a servant came to greet him. Well, Fuan, pull this horse to the backyard and return it to Erlang's family after a while. Yang grinned and said. He really didn't want to take advantage of a little guy. Yes. The servant nodded and led the horse over. Where is Donja? The master is practicing swordsmanship in the backyard. The servant Fuan said. Speaking of that master, the servant's eyes flashed with admiration. In his eyes, his master's ability is very great, according to his knowledge. Naturally, he was full of respect. I'll go and see. I have something to tell him. Then he walked to the backyard. In the backyard of the Yang family, there was a special martial arts training ground. In the training ground, a nimble figure was waving a long sword, turning and moving in the yard. The figure was dressed in white, with a straight and capable figure, long hair tied up, a young and resolute face, quite handsome, and his age was just over 20. The long sword in his hand was about 7 feet long, and the blade was slightly narrow. When it was swung, the sword light was like a silver thread, surrounding the body, so overbearing. This sword should be like this. This force can be stronger. Yes, yes, my 3rd sword, yes. Sudong swung the sword again and again, and he gradually realized in his heart that practice makes perfect. If you want to have profound skills, the only thing you can rely on is hard practice. The saying that diligence makes perfect is not a lie. According to legend, there are even more skills that can extend to Taoist magic when they reach a certain level. That realm is much higher. Puff. Suddenly, Sudong swung his sword. The long sword was still in his hand, but a sword energy that seemed invisible and visible burst out from the sword. The sword energy burst out, condensed and did not disperse, and chopped on a wooden stake in front. With a click, the wooden stake broke, and the broken ends were very neat. Sudong stopped, but his eyes were bright. It's done. My 3rd sword is finally done. This sword has finally been upgraded to the level of sword energy leaving the body. Let's call it sword energy. Sudong's face was full of excitement. 3 years. I have practiced sword for 3 years, and today I have achieved a little success. Now if I meet that river monster, I'm afraid I can kill it with one sword. 2 years ago, a river monster came to Yangjiazhuang to cause trouble. He killed it. That battle was naturally very difficult and dangerous for him at that time. Of course, it was also because of that battle that he became the head of the flying fishermen appointed by the court. This book has been updated recently in update. Because he killed monsters. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause from afar immediately pulled Sudong back from his thoughts. He looked up and saw the old man Yang and giving him a thumbs up. Donja, your swordsmanship is getting harder and harder for your godfather to understand. This is because of my godfather's teaching. Sudong put away his sword and grinned. There was warmth in his eyes. Without the man in front of him, Sudong would have been fed to the fish 5 years ago. Everyone says that time travel is good, but only when you really travel through time. Do you know how dangerous and terrifying it is to come to a strange world? He used to be just an ordinary college student. He accidentally traveled through time and experienced life and death countless times. My godfather saved me, raised me, taught me the method of refining ki, and taught me swordsmanship. In this world, he is really like my biological father. Sudong said silently in his heart. What he has experienced in the past 5 years is more exciting than his past half of his life. But Yangon shook his head. I just taught you a simple ki training method and an incomplete sword technique. You have achieved what you have now, all by yourself. To be honest, it's because your adoptive father is incompetent. If he had the ability, he should have sent you to those sects to practice well. Maybe you can become an immortal in the future, and even have immortality. Yang sighed. Sudong's talent was the most enchanting he had ever seen. He was also a martial artist, but he couldn't compare with Sudong. They were not on the same level. Sudong shook his head slightly. It's not that easy to become an immortal. In this world, there are immortals and immortality, but it's very difficult. With all the sentient beings in the world, how difficult is it to transcend immortality? Besides, I'm not a real genius. I rely on other things. Sudong thought to himself. He was still a little afraid of those masters. If they really saw his extraordinary nature, it would be dangerous. Sudong didn't dare to take risks. With all the Taoist legends in this world, who knew what he would encounter? Yangon also understood, nodded and said no more. Immortals, they didn't dare to discuss casually, and then he smiled. Donja, let's not talk about those distant things, let's talk about the near things. You are 22 this year, right? It's time to get married. The 16-year-old son of Sanlang's family will be a father next year. Ahem. Sudong coughed lightly. He was embarrassed and wanted to avoid it. In this world, people generally get married early, but he hasn't met the right one. Why is it urgent? This matter has been mentioned by his adoptive father several times. Adoptive father knows that you are diligent in cultivation, which is a good thing. You have the ability, but the marriage cannot be delayed. Do you remember that the family you saved from the river monster 2 years ago was the family of Yuchen, the boy? Yuchen has been doing well in business these 2 years, and has become rich. He has a sister, Yuxiu, and that girl Yuxiu likes you very much. Sister Yuxiu? Sudong blinked. That little girl was only 14 that year, right? She is only 16 this year. Just as Yangon was counseling Sudong, Fuan's voice suddenly came from the outer courtyard. Master, sir, Miss Yang Yuxiu is here to visit. Hey, she's here just as I said. Yangon, the foster father, looked very happy. The girl came to visit. It must be that Yuxiu really liked his Sudong. Sudong looked at his foster father suspiciously. Wasn't he invited? Please come in. Yangon ignored him and gave a direct order. Then he pulled him straight to the front yard. Sudong had no choice but to casually swing the long knife in his right hand. The long knife seemed to have eyes and flew straight to the knife rack in the distance. In the front hall, a graceful woman stood there, holding a food box in her hand. She was dressed simply, had a pretty face, and was in her youth. She was full of vitality and brightness. In terms of appearance, Yuxiu could be regarded as the most beautiful woman in Yangjiazhuang. Juxia. Yangon's voice came from outside the hall from a long distance, and then he pulled Sudong out. Yuxiu turned around, but her eyes did not even look at Yangon, but fell directly on Sudong behind him. Brother Sudong, long time no see. When a woman is thinking, she can be passionate and direct, such as Yang Yuxiu. Her eyes are full of longing and tenderness. Since the moment the young man in front of her rescued her and her brother from the river monster 2 years ago, she no longer looks down on others. Sudong smiled and nodded, looking at the bright girl in front of him. Sister Yuxiu, long time no see, how is brother Yuchen these days? He said. But as soon as he finished speaking, his brows suddenly frowned. But a slight vibration came from his Dantian in his abdomen, which startled Sudong. Disaster is coming. Sister Yuxiu is in trouble? This shock immediately made Sudong shudder. Chapter 2 3 Demons. Chapter 2 This kind of reaction in the 3 Demons Dantian is not the first time. The last time it happened was when they encountered a river demon 2 years ago. Such a commotion can only happen when encountering a demon. Is there a demon? Sudong was startled, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. In this world, humans and demons cannot coexist. Those demons often feed on humans and cause harm to the people. He is a human, so he is naturally angry. Secondly, as the head of the flying fish catcher in Pingan County, it is his duty to catch and kill demons. He thought so in his heart, but his face did not show any trace. I can't say it now. First, I'm afraid that I will scare Sister Yuxiu with my empty words. I have no basis. Secondly, I will alert the snake. There are 3 major flying fish catchers in my county. They have killed demons. There is also a demon suppression formation specially set up by the court in the county. They dare not come in and cause trouble blatantly. The greatest shelter for mankind is a court. The court is the main force to deal with demons. If the demons outside the city are rampant, then the situation inside the county is much better. This time, it is probably some sneaky demons. My brother is very good. He recently received a business of delivering fragrant tea. He bought a batch of tea from Yudin County and sent it to Arningan County. If it succeeds, he can make a lot of money. Yuxiu stood beside Sudong happily and said happily, "Fragrant tea. Is the fragrant tea of Yudin County very famous?" Sudong smiled and said, "When Yangan was young, he traveled all over the country and worked in a escort agency. He was very familiar with these local specialties. It is very famous. Many big families in the county city come in batches." Yangan nodded. He looked at the young couple in front of him with a smile. Yuxiu blushed when she saw it, but he was more and more satisfied. He was going to find a beautiful, generous, and decent daughter-in-law for his godson. "Brother Sudong, old man, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Here are some dishes and some good wine my brother brought back from Yudin County." Yuxiu even put the food box on the table. After a while, the aroma of food filled the whole hall. "This dish is good." The old man sat down and said before he ate, "I made it myself." Yuxiu said sweetly. Her eyes never left Sudong. Sudong could only pretend not to see it. It's normal for a 16-year-old girl to be admired by a teenager. Besides, this little girl is grateful to him. When she gets older and meets someone she really likes, she will forget him. He really feels hungry. He sat at the table, picked up the chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Sister Yuxiu has good skills. He couldn't help but praise. Yuxiu was overjoyed. As long as Brother Sudong likes it, Yuxiu will cook it for Brother Sudong every day in the future. Yuxiu said softly. Recently, she has stayed in the manor. Haha, I'll do it for you every day. Look how nice that girl is. The old man grinned and tried to match them up. Sudong just shook his head and smiled. Yuxiu saw it, and a hint of disappointment flashed across her bright eyes, but they brightened up again in an instant. Her feelings for Sudong were obvious to anyone with a discerning eye, and she believed that the latter could feel it too. Brother Sudong never said he liked me, but he didn't like anyone else either. Brother Sudong is so absorbed in martial arts that he naturally doesn't care about love. As long as I work hard, Brother Sudong will only marry me in the future. Even if he likes someone else, she will only be a concubine. Sudong was eating, thinking about other things. Yuxiu's home was in the north of the village. She met her beloved brother and talked for a while. When it got dark, she returned home. As soon as she entered the house, she met her brother. "Carry him in. Be careful. We will ask for Dr. Huan tomorrow." Yuchen, wearing a round-necked brocade robe, was directing the servants to carry a stretcher into the side room. On the stretcher was a person, moaning softly, but his face was pale and haggard, and he looked weak. "Brother." Yuchen turned around and glanced at his sister, whose face was not very good. He was a capable person, but now he looked a little bleak. "Are you back, sister? Did you see Brother Sudong?" He was over 30 years old and had 3 wives and concubines. They were always grateful to Sudong because it was Sudong who saved them from the monster. "I saw him." Yuxiu nodded, walked forward, glanced at the side room with a strong worry in her eyes. "Brother, this is the 9th one. During this period of time, 9 of their servants fell ill one after another. Yes. The ninth one. Yachen's face was grim. In addition to arranging these servants, the family was in a panic at the moment, saying that he had brought back the plague. I didn't go far to buy goods this time, and I was also very strict with the food. How could I be infected with the plague? And this disease is also very strange. It's not painful or itchy, but I'm in a bad mood. I feel like I'm almost lifeless. He has traveled to many places and seen a lot in the past 2 years, so he is naturally very meticulous. Could it be related to the things I transported? What he was worried about in his heart, in addition to these servants, was more importantly the goods. Late at night, in their house, a black wind suddenly blew in the backyard. The black wind blew past, and 3 figures appeared in the yard. Brother, I've been following this guy for half a month. I haven't seen where he hides the spirit essence. Let's do it. Catch him directly. Catch his sister first. Blackmail him. Don't worry that he won't hand over the spirit essence. 3 figures, all in yellow robes, with wretched faces and pointed cheeks. Even eyebrows and hair are yellow, and the nails on the palms, exposed outside the robes, are sharp. Humph, this is a human county. It is human territory. Once you take action, you may be killed. How many monsters in ancient and modern times have been killed in human cities? Idiot. You two are also stupid. You also absorb the essence of those humans. How stupid. Brother, didn't you absorb it too? A figure whispered softly. The figure with the heaviest yellow eyebrows in the middle paused slightly. Couldn't he help it? Okay, since we have decided to take action, let's fight quickly and decisively. We must not alarm those flying fish catchers. He said softly. What's there to be afraid of? They are just a few captains who have killed a little demon by chance. How can they compare with our 3 immortals of Huangshan? Brother, since they have already started, what about the people in this house? The figure on the left asked, drooling as he asked. The elder brother in the middle swallowed his saliva. Of course, eat them all. This book has been updated recently on #@. Update. Haha. Good. That's how it should be. I'll go catch that little girl. Whoosh. The yellow-robed figure on the right turned into a black smoke and rushed straight to Yuxiu's room. The other 2 figures, however, rushed towards Yang Yachen's room. When they were outside the room, the elder brother waved his hand casually, and a black mist rolled through Yang Yachen's door. The black mist rolled in and filled in. In a moment, it came out with Yang Yachen, who was extremely terrified. Plop. Yang Yachen fell directly to the ground. Yang Yachen began to look dazed. He had just fallen asleep. What happened? But when he saw the 2 figures after the black fog dissipated, his heart suddenly sank. Monster? But he was not allowed to be surprised. A black fog surged. Brother, this girl smells so good. I really want to suck her popularity right away. The black fog dissipated, and another figure fell beside him. It was his sister Yang Yuxiu, who also looked terrified. Sister. Brother. They are. Monster. The same monster as 2 years ago. Yuxiu's face was pale. It was a nightmare for her, and now the nightmare reappeared. Yang Yachen was also desperate, extremely desperate. They had no power to resist these monsters. It must be that thing that attracted them. It must be. It's my fault. I was too greedy. I thought I could avoid the court, and it would be fine. Yang Yachen was now full of regret and remorse. Sister, it was my brother who harmed you. He whispered and turned to look at the 3 monsters. I have hidden the things you want in a secret place. If I don't tell you, you will never find them. Let my sister go, and I will give them to you. The 3 demons looked at each other at the same time, all with a cold smile on their faces. This human really loves his sister. Okay, we promise you. The big demon in the middle nodded directly. Yang Yachen felt a lump in his heart. It was over. It would be stupid to believe these demons. But he could do nothing. The 3 demons were in a good mood. This human is so stupid. He still wants to make a deal with us. It's only when we get to the edge of this county that we dare to show up. After you get the things, all the humans in this house will die. But before Yang Yachen moved, footsteps sounded from the corridor in the courtyard. It was extremely abrupt in the quiet night. The 3 demons and Yang Yachen turned their heads at the same time, and then saw a figure walking in the corridor, as if strolling in the garden. The figure wore a purple crown with auspicious clouds embroidered on it, a brocade robe and jade belt, a long sword on his waist, and tiger skin boots. The most eye-catching thing was the flying fish embroidered on his chest, on the brocade robe and jade belt. Flying fish catcher? The three demons were the first to be startled. Yang Yuchen and his sister were surprised. Brother Sudang. Brother Sudang? There is salvation. There is salvation. Chapter 3. Demon Slayer. Chapter 3. The demon slaying sword is coming so fast. The three Huangshan demons said they were not afraid before, but they were trembling in their hearts. After all, this is the territory of humans. They just started to act, and the flying fish catcher came. Brother, our whereabouts have been leaked. They were not afraid of the person in front of them, but the human caught behind them. Throughout the ages, countless great demons who have caused trouble to a region have died at the hands of humans. The Huangshan demon in the middle had an ugly face, but then he smiled easily, and the yellow eyebrows on his cheeks trembled. He said casually, before I took action, I had already placed a Taoist ban around this yard. If ordinary people want to come in, I will know immediately. Although this friend came suddenly, he did not alarm my ban, but my ban was not broken, so my friend should have come alone. Hearing this, the two brothers around him brightened up. One person? A small flying fish catcher? They are not afraid. Sudang looked at the three demons in front of him with cold eyes. He could feel the cold demonic aura emanating from the three demons. You dare to sneak into the county town. You are really brave. It has been a long time since such a stupid monster dared to enter the county town to cause trouble. Haha. Little brother, you came here not because of the imperial court, but for these two siblings. The Huangshan monster pointed to the Yuchen siblings on the ground and smiled. Although we are monsters, we are also good monsters. We only came to the city to take some of our things and leave. We didn't think of hurting them. Since the brother Fiu catcher has come forward, we will naturally retreat immediately. Take the things and leave. The three monsters are three brothers from the same mother. They all understood what they meant. Although they were not afraid of a small Fiu catcher, this was human territory after all. If they took action on human territory, they would risk death. As long as they could cultivate into monsters, they would come here carefully and naturally be extremely cautious. They didn't come here because they were crazy and only wanted to eat people. Take your own things? Sudang looked at the three monsters. Then he nodded. Okay, release the man, take your stuff and leave. I won't stop you. The three monsters were all delighted. Are you serious? But we can't let this friend go. The Huangshan monster said again. Looking at the pale-faced Yang Yuchen. He was still thinking, this human head constable is probably afraid of us three brothers, so he's scared. He doesn't dare to do anything. Yes, if it were normal days, I could easily kill him. Sending the woman to him would be fine, but this man is also related to the spirit essence. Anyone who can become a monster can kill humans at will. They know this principle better than anyone else. But Sudang just sneered. At first, they just wanted to take their own things, and now they want people. Monsters are monsters. After saying this, the Huangshan monster frowned slightly. This human, does he really think we are afraid of him? He was indignant. He was a monster. When he saw people, he would directly suck their essence. How could he be so easy to talk to? However, I'm also afraid of the human caught behind him, not of him. Little brother, your friend has taken our things, so we have to ask him. The yellow mountain demon was patient and spoke kindly. Sudang shook his head directly. Is it not okay to ask? The yellow mountain demon stared at Sudang, and his two yellow eyebrows moved without wind. The two brothers beside him even showed fangs at the corners of their mouths. They were already very tolerant. No. Sudang was too lazy to say more. A fierce light suddenly appeared in the eyes of the yellow mountain demon. Then you are looking for death. The voice was sharp, like the howling of the cold wind, and the whole yard was brought up with a gust of black wind. The black wind swept, and the moonlight, which was not bright, was instantly dark. Whoosh! The second of the three Huangshan demons took action first, turning into a black smoke, and there were faintly hideous fangs in the black smoke, and he rushed straight towards Sudang under the corridor. The black wind rose, and the whole yard was filled with the terrible howling of the cold wind and tigers, as if it had fallen into hell. Yang Yuxiu curled up in her brother Yang Yuchen's arms. Brother Sudang. Brother Sudang, she murmured. She was worried and hopeful. It's terrible. This is the method of the monster. It's easy to kill me, just like crushing an ant. Yang Yuchen looked at the black smoke that was rolling up, and his scalp was numb. He couldn't see clearly. The Huangshan great monster and his third brother stood aside and watched. A small human dares to be rampant with us? Do you really think we dare not kill you? In fact, they didn't take Sudang seriously. A human like an ant. Black smoke. Sudang was in the corridor. His feet did not move, but his hand was already on the knife at his waist. He held the handle of the knife with his right hand. Kai. He drew the knife instantly, and a bright silver knife light instantly lit up in the darkness. The knife was as bright as snow. Puff. The long knife instantly chopped through the black smoke in front of him. The black smoke in the air suddenly dissipated, and a figure staggered out from it, with a furry tail like a cattail leaf fan. The figure flew backwards, and blood was still splattering behind him. A sharp cry came out of his mouth. Brother, he could see me, and chopped me with one knife. His knife is so fast. It is a demon-slaying knife. Huangshan Liuer growled and said, looking at the wound behind his buttocks, with palpitations in his eyes. Fortunately, it dodged quickly just now, and turned around at the moment the knife light came on. Otherwise it would not be its tail that was chopped off, but its head. This book has been updated recently in #@@@@. Update. The black smoke dissipated, and the three monsters turned pale. They were scared with one knife. Awesome. Yang Yuchen's eyes were shining. The monster was already very scary and powerful, but Sudang was even more powerful, and he injured the monster with one knife. The Huangshan demon took a step forward, staring at the knife in Sudang's hand with cold eyes. It was a long knife about 5 feet long, with a slightly wider blade and a faint notch on the back of the knife. Demon slaying knife. Demons have demon magic and a demon body. It is difficult for ordinary mortal weapons to hurt demons. But it is said that, as long as a mortal weapon is inserted into the heart of a demon who has cultivated successfully, and is stained with the blood of the demon's heart, then the mortal weapon will change, and become a weapon that can easily hurt the demon. Have you killed a demon, or a great demon who has cultivated for more than 300 years? The Huangshan demon frowned and said, only the heart blood of that kind of great demon can be refined into a demon-slaying knife. But how can you see through our yellow smoke? Because of their original bodies, the yellow smoke is their magic weapon. When fighting, the yellow smoke fills the surroundings. Hiding in the yellow smoke, even the powerful human Taoist priests cannot see through it. Of course, it is black smoke now. A mortal who practices martial arts and swords can see through it. In this world, there are immortals Taoism, which has clear levels. If you practice it successfully, you can move mountains and fill the sea, and you can live forever. But martial arts are just ordinary, and they can't be called practice. Just when he started, there was obviously no trace of Taoism on Sudang's knife, only the energy that humans call internal force. It turned out to be 3 weasels. Sudang glanced at the furry tail that fell to the ground and sneered. A little bit of sleight of hand, and you also show it off? He sneered. The Huangshan demon gritted his teeth and looked ugly. The second brother's Taoism is only slightly worse than mine, but he was defeated in one move. No wonder he is so arrogant. However, the last thing you should do is to face the 3 of us brothers at the same time. You will die at the hands of the 3 of us brothers. As he said that, the Huangshan demon shook his robe, and suddenly billowing black smoke filled out. This time the black smoke was several times stronger than that of the second brother, with a strong pungent smell that made people suffocate and dizzy. Yang Yuchen and Yang Yuxiu just stared at each other, and both of them were terrified, and fainted in an instant. In an instant, black smoke was like a sea, covering the entire yard. Formation. The 3 talents wolf slaughter formation. The 3 monsters of Huangshan simultaneously sank into the black smoke, hissing. A sharp claw appeared in the black smoke, and in an instant it tore through a wall, and the wall was mostly broken. Kill these 2 siblings first, and make him regret it. Yes, cut off one of my tails, and let him watch his friend die. He doesn't dare to come over. They attacked Yang Yuchen and his sister first. Sudang frowned, worried that Yuchen and his sister would be affected. In the past, I could only get close to them, but fortunately, my third knife succeeded. Sudang held the knife in his hand, and his knife skills changed. He also chopped with a knife, and chopped from a long distance. The knife fell, and the knife energy that seemed to be there and not there had already gone across. Chapter 4 A book. Chapter 4 A book. The thick black smoke also enveloped Sudang, but as long as Sudang held his breath, his internal strength protected his whole body, and he could easily block the harm of this black smoke to himself. This scene also made the three Huangshan monsters feel weak. Although their black smoke was only an auxiliary means, it was enough to deal with ordinary mortals. But it could not affect Sudang. Kill this girl first, let him regret it. The second Huangshan monster whose tail was cut off gnashed his teeth and rushed to Yang Yuxiu, who fainted on the ground. The big Huangshan monster and the third one sneaked in the billowing black smoke and rushed towards Sudang. In the black smoke, their speed was like lightning. Sudang only had a knife. If he wanted to save people, he would put himself in danger. If he didn't save people and focused on defense, he would watch Yang Yuchen and his sister die. This was an open conspiracy. The three Huangshan monsters had too much experience in fighting against the enemy together, forcing Sudang to make a choice. Even a moment of hesitation would greatly increase their chances of winning. But to their disappointment, the human on the other side did not hesitate at all, and directly swung his knife from a distance. Ha, you still want to save people? Ridiculous. Do you think his knife is a flying knife? In the Taoist magic of immortals, there are people who practice magic flying swords and control flying swords to kill enemies. That is terrifying. As for Sudang, a mortal's knife, the Huangshan big monster didn't care. The seemingly invisible knife energy had already chopped over in the blink of an eye, and the knife energy just chopped on the claws of the Huangshan two monsters. Not good. The moment the knife energy approached, the face of the Huangshan two monsters, who originally didn't care, changed. He felt threatened, and the pores all over his body exploded, and a pair of long and yellow eyebrows floated up. He was terrified and couldn't dodge. It was too fast. If he had dodged at the moment Sudang swung his knife, he would still have time to dodge, but now, it was too late. Puff. In the black fog, there was a burst of blood, and a claw flew. Ah. The roar of the two Huangshan monsters sounded. The pain of the broken claws was extremely painful. Second brother. Second brother. Hearing the sound, the Huangshan big monster and the third brother who were about to attack looked back and saw the claws flying in the air. The sword key can cut off the second brother's claws? We are monsters. Monster bodies, not to say invulnerable to swords and guns, are comparable to iron and stone. Can a sword key cut it off? He is not immortal. He has the methods of those immortal cultivators. The Huangshan big monster only realized now that the three brothers had kicked the iron plate this time. Ah, my claws. The second Huangshan monster was the most unlucky and cried out in pain. The broken tail was just embarrassing, but the broken claws would greatly reduce his combat power. Although he was a monster and could regenerate broken limbs, it would take a long time and consume a lot of energy. It is not easy to cultivate immortals, and it is not easy to cultivate monsters. What bad luck. I'm always the one who gets hurt. The sword energy is so strong. How can a mortal like him wield such a strong sword energy? Did he understand the immortal way? Sudang swung out with his sword, and then took a step forward, rushing directly towards the Huangshan monster. With this sweep, Sudang's foot stepped on the ground, and the black smoke covering the ground suddenly exploded. If he didn't move, it would be fine, but if he moved, he would be like a cannonball. For 3 years, I practiced sword every day. In addition to sword skills, no one taught me body skills. I practiced hard according to the footwork taught by my adoptive father, trying to make my speed fast enough. Some people had secret books, and had special body skills to practice, but he didn't have any, so he just practiced speed. When the speed is fast enough, it will be a good body skill. Some people have sect inheritance, treasures, and resources, but martial artists like him have nothing, so they can only rely on hard practice. There is no shortcut to martial arts, and only hard practice can produce kung fu. After 3 years, Sudang practiced a sword and a pair of legs. The knife came out like snow, and the legs moved like thunder. Whoosh! Sudang rushed to the front of the Huangshan demon, and the sharp knife in his hand had already chopped down. So fast. The Huangshan demon was shocked. This was not the speed of a mortal. If Sudong had not run over, he would have thought he was flying. But then it raised its hand, grabbed a diamond claw out of thin air, and swung it in front of it. With a wave, thick black smoke rolled up layer by layer. Ding. It barely blocked the knife, but the Huangshan demon's hands like iron hooks trembled. Before, it only looked powerful, but now that it was in contact, the Huangshan demon's heart sank even more. Swish. Sudong's knife was blocked, and his body immediately retreated. A sharp claw scratched the edge of his clothes and grabbed down, just revealing the unwilling faces of the three demons. So cunning, he escaped. The three demons did not look unwilling to attack. Instead, they said Sudong was cunning. I never thought that a mortal could have the same strength and speed as me. Are you really just a mortal practicing martial arts? The yellow mountain demon stared at Sudong. But you're still going to die. In the formation, our speed is faster. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, the yellow mountain demon and the three demons disappeared in the black smoke. It seemed that they disappeared invisibly, but in fact, their speed was too fast to be caught by the naked eye. Two claw marks, one above and one below, appeared on Sudong's head and lower abdomen at the same time. Sudong raised his long knife towards the claws falling from above, but he exerted force on his waist, and his legs flew into the air, to avoid the claws below. The long knife raised it, but did not touch anything. So fast, you dodge so fast, these black smoke can also speed you up. Sudong stepped on the ground with his feet and smacked his lips. The magic is very strange. These auxiliary magics can not only interfere with the enemy, but also give yourself benefits. Even the big demons who have lived for 500 years dare not come in this formation, and the Taoist priests dare not let us use it. Do you think you can still get out? The black smoke was filled with the cold laughter of the Huangshan big demons. Can it trap people? Sudong turned his head. Under the blockade of the black smoke, it seemed that there was indeed an invisible wall. If he chopped it with a knife, he might not be able to cut it open. But I'm not going to leave either. This book has been updated recently in .. Update. Sudong's eyes were very calm. I didn't expect that you three little demons could force me to use my full strength, he said softly. Full strength? The three weasel demons were all startled. This human said to use his full strength? Humph. Everyone talks big brother. Quickly get rid of this human. Kill him. The two Huangshan demons who had broken a claw joined in, and the three demons worked together to kill Sudong in one fell swoop. Sudong was extremely calm, and his eyes were closed instead. Close your eyes? Looking for death. The three demons rushed out of the black fog at the same time. Their claws were sharp, and their diamond claws were shining coldly. They rushed towards Sudong. The energy surged, and the three claws were about to fall on Sudong. Suddenly, a strong airflow suddenly surged out from Sudong's body, and Sudong's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened at this moment. At this moment, the eyes were deep and golden. Sudong's face was cold, and a low voice came out from the corner of his mouth. Performance mode, turn on. Boom. The violent energy burst out with Sudong as the center, and the surrounding black smoke rolled and spread like a tornado, and then Sudong's body surged with a milky white energy light like the warm spring sun, instantly enveloping him. The energy is released, and the true energy protects the body. Practicing martial arts and refining the body, the internal strength reaches a certain level and can be released. These are all legends in the martial arts world. Swish. Sudong swung the knife. The milky white blade light condensed into a blade beam, and the half-moon blade beam slashed through the waist and abdomen of the three monsters at the same time. Exclamation mark. The three monsters of Huangshan have fallen to the ground. Two of them turned into weasels directly, and their bodies were broken into two pieces, wrapped in human clothes. The lower half of the body of the Huangshan monster was also broken in half, but the upper half was still in human form. He looked at Sudong with disbelief, looking at the milky white energy light on his body. The energy is released, and the blade is condensed into a blade. Just for a spiritual essence, it is unlucky to fall into the hands of a human like you. But you will die. You will all die. The Black Wind King will not let you go, will not let you go, he murmured, His eyes gradually blurred and finally turned into a more than 1 meter long, extremely fat weasel, which was not too big even with clothes on, and fell in a pool of blood. Black Wind King? Sudan removed the energy from his body and sheathed his knife. He thought about the last words mentioned by the Huangshan monster again, and his eyes became much colder. He leaned down and reached into his wide clothes. Then his expression changed, and he took out a purse. He opened the purse and found 3 small shiny green crystals and a palm-sized yellow talisman paper. This weasel is a rich monster. He even has a Taoist storage talisman. What kind of thing is hidden with a storage talisman? Sudan had seen many magical things since he came to this world. This storage talisman was one of them. It has its own space inside, and the space is small. It can only hold some small items. It is also a disposable item and quite expensive. Ordinary mortals can't afford it. The way to open it is also very simple. Sudan pinched the talisman paper, and the energy surged at his fingertips, and he tore the paper instantly. Swish! The talisman paper was shattered, and the space appeared. An ancient book fell into Sudan's hands. Chapter 5 A Cell Phone. Chapter 5 A cell phone. A book is hidden so deeply. Sudan pinched a corner of the book with his fingers and turned it over. There was no writing on the cover, but the book was simple and the cover was black, like some kind of leather. Turning it inside, the font on the first page was crooked, scarlet, and bloody, but Sudan didn't recognize the content. Is this the word of a demon? Humans have their own heritage culture, and demons have their own heritage. Moreover, the civilization of demons is even older than that of humans. During the period of human ignorance, the world was completely controlled by demons. It was only later that the human race emerged with strong men that they got rid of the fate of being enslaved and slaughtered. Before he died, he mentioned the Black Wind Demon. Is this book related to the Black Wind Demon? Sudan's heart moved, thinking of the last words of the Huangshan demon. Who cares? No matter how strong the Black Wind Demon is, he dare not enter the county. Let's study it slowly when we go back. The more powerful the demon is, the less likely it is to enter the human city. Because humans have immortal methods, once a truly powerful demon comes in, it can be easily discovered, and the alarm will be triggered. At that time, the real immortal power, the top masters of the court and the army will come, and even the demon king of one side cannot escape. Monsters slaughter humans wantonly, and humans also kill monsters. The big demon king is also afraid of people. Of course, they will not be afraid of him. Sudan. If they knew that these 3 weasels died in my hands, they would indeed be in a lot of trouble. Even if they don't deal with me, they might attack my adoptive father. Sudan thought to himself, the monsters acted cruelly and mercilessly, and they would do anything to achieve their goals. When they retaliate, they are also terrible. It's better to destroy these 3 bodies. As for alarming others, these 3 monsters themselves are afraid that the noise will attract attention. Once the formation is opened, the outside world will not know what is happening here. Take their demon pills first. Sudan put away the book in his hand and cut the abdomen of the 3 weasels on the ground with the long knife in his hand. Blood gushed out, and 3 round beads the size of the little finger knuckles flowed out of the abdomen of the 3 weasels. The round beads were shaped like pearls, but they were dark yellow, like big soybeans. Among them, the inner pill of the Huangshan monster was brighter, and the size and color of the other 2 were much different. This weasel has become a monster, and it should be much more comfortable in cultivation than the river monster 3 years ago. These inner pills are more round, and of high quality. Sudan took the 3 demon pills in his hand, and weighed them up and down. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With this inner pill, my inner strength can be improved by another 30 to 50 years. It is difficult to practice martial arts and cultivate the body. It is also difficult to cultivate inner strength and improve one's physical fitness. However, there is a shortcut. For example, the demon pill of this monster is the foundation of monster's lifelong cultivation. All the demon power is gathered in a small demon pill. All the magical powers and evil methods also need to rely on the demon pill to be displayed. Because of the demon pill, the monster can greatly increase its lifespan. It can be said that all the life essence of the monster, the most concentrated, is condensed and compressed in a small demon pill. Legend has it that among the monsters, the real demon king can have a demon pill as big as a bowl. It can even be refined into a magic weapon. Sudong put away the inner pill. There is still some money. Sudong found 2 stacks of gold leaves in the clothes of the other 2 weasels, and he also put them away. After doing all this, he stacked the 3 weasels together. Then he took out a talisman paper from his arms. The talisman paper was yellowish, with a dark red flame emblem on it. Sudong pinched it with his fingers, and the whole talisman paper instantly burned up. The flame was pure red, and Sudong's face turned red. As the head of the flying fish catcher, it is my duty to kill and capture monsters. The court will issue some necessary props. This red flame talisman is quite useful. He casually threw the burning talisman paper in his hand at the weasel corpse. Crash. The red flame burned up the moment it touched the corpse. The flame rose, and even a scent of meat filled the air. The monster body that could resist ordinary flames could not resist this red flame. The monster body that could cultivate into a monster also received spiritual nourishment and sublimation, and the meat quality was also extraordinary. However, Sudong had no interest in the meat of the weasel. Under the burning flames, after a while, the bodies of the 3 weasels were quickly burned to ashes, and even the bones were burned to dust. At night, there was a small forest outside Yangjiazhuang. In the forest, there was a strong man with fangs that were turned outward and pushed up his upper lip. There seemed to be blood in his mouth. He was holding a huge mail hammer in his hand. He was standing there with a young man's body that had been eaten and mutilated. He was standing there, stepping on the body, a pair of eyes glowing green in the darkness, looking far away in the direction of Yangjiazhuang. Don't come out, don't come out. It's so hard to deal with a mortal. We agreed to meet here at midnight tonight, and it's already been 2 hours. The strong man looked impatient and even resentful. If the old demon hadn't put the treasure of my king on you, would you 3 be worthy of us waiting? We agreed to do the work together, but he went to deal with personal matters in the middle of the journey. What personal matters? Isn't it because he was tempted by the treasure? See, you've delayed the important business. Let's see how my king will punish you. He growled. He was waiting for the 3 monsters of Huangshan, but he didn't know that the monster he was waiting for was destined not to arrive tonight. Yangjiazhuang, Sudong's house. Sudong, dressed in a flying fish suit, was sitting cross-legged in his room. The light in the room was yellow, and there was a warmth in the room. Tonight, I tested my swordsmanship, and it just happened to defeat the big monster of about 300 years. If you want to kill it, you still have to rely on the performance mode. Sudong's heart moved slightly. He closed his eyes and sank his mind into his body. A golden light appeared in his consciousness, in Sudong's Dantian. The rich milky white internal force gathered in the Dantian like a sea of clouds, sometimes wandering in the meridians, sometimes surging and sometimes rolling. In this sea of internal force clouds, there is no Taoist golden elixir, no Buddhist golden lotus, but only a smartphone emitting golden light. Smartphones may be familiar to every young person in the 21st century, but there is probably not a single person in this world who has a smartphone in their Dantian. I came here without anything except this smartphone, which has directly merged with me and sat in my Dantian. The smartphone in the Dantian was made entirely of golden light, and the screen was all golden. There were faintly countless golden threads extending out, connecting the entire Dantian walls like a spider web, and even connecting Sudong's limbs and hundreds of acupuncture points. Sudong's mind moved slightly, and the golden screen suddenly flashed one after another. Pages and content appeared one by one. Monitoring body information. Full physical strength, vigorous life essence. Full internal strength, growing. The smartphone sits in the Dantian, monitoring everything about his body at all times. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. The nameless key refining method is being practiced. The manager is running. Sudong browsed through the messages one by one. Then, his mind moved slightly, and the screen changed to a mode selection interface. The mode selection interface now has 2 options. One is normal mode and the other is performance mode. Normal mode fully utilizes all the functional options of the mobile phone system. Performance mode abandons all functions and fully unleashes all of Sudong's potential. All the energy in the body and all other functional consumption give way to the battle. In a short period of time, the true energy in Sudong's body is highly consumed, and the combat power is highly exploded. Under the explosion, Sudong killed the 3 monsters of Huangshan with one sword. Normal mode. Sudong selected a mode in his mind and then opened his eyes. He took out the ancient and nameless book from his arms and put it in his hand. A new cultivation method has been detected. Do you want to download it? A prompt popped up on the screen of the smartphone. Is it really the key refining method? Sudong's face suddenly showed surprise. For many years, he has relied on a simple and basic key refining method taught by his adoptive father to practice until now. What he lacks most is a good cultivation method. Different methods have different progress and strength in cultivation. Download. Sudong excitedly chose. Download completed. Installing. Installation completed. Sudong smiled. That's it. Others need to figure out, study, and learn from experience when they practice, but I don't need that at all. A high-level practice method has been detected. Do you want to switch to a new one? The phone prompted. Switch. Immediately, the true energy in Sudong's body began to operate according to the new practice method under the mobilization of the smartphone in his Dantian. As soon as it started, Sudong immediately noticed something different. He opened his eyes and saw that the whole room was centered on him. The spiritual energy contained in the air began to condense into white mist, seeping into every pore of his body. Chapter 6 Spiritual Essence. In this world, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, and normal animals can absorb and exhale the essence of the sun and the moon, and cultivate into monsters. But humans are not like monsters. Monsters are born with strong bloodlines, and their perception of spiritual power is higher, so they start much higher. But humans also have their own advantages. Compared with monsters who are blessed by nature, humans are better at creating, and if they don't have it, they will study it. From nothing to something, from simple to complex. Therefore, many predecessors and sages have worked hard to create a method of refining ki suitable for human practice. Now, practice is popular, and almost everyone can refine ki to strengthen the body. There are countless methods of refining ki. Among them, the top ones are the Taoist methods of immortals and the true teachings of Buddhism. The worst ones are the martial arts methods that ordinary people have evolved, based on some simple methods of their predecessors. Different methods have different energy systems for cultivation. The Buddhist method focuses on physical training and meditation, while the Taoist method focuses more on spiritual methods. The worst is the martial arts of ordinary people. Sudong practices martial arts. Practicing martial arts, ordinary martial arts mental methods, practice for 10 to 20 years. It is only a small success, not worth mentioning in front of demons. Advanced martial arts mental methods, just the entry can quickly improve internal strength. I practice internal strength, whether it is day or night, it is always running. Sudong said secretly. He has a smartphone sitting in the Dantian, practicing internal strength mental methods. He does not need to guide and worry about it himself. The system runs by itself, and it is always uninterrupted. With the same mental method, the speed and quality of his internal strength growth are several times that of ordinary people. Even so, in 3 years, the internal strength I have absorbed is considered that others have practiced hard for more than 10 years. Others cannot practice every day without interruption. But now compared, this is the real top internal strength mental method. I just started practicing, and I feel that every cell in my body is cheering. Sudong's face was extremely excited. This nameless practice method. The speed of practicing internal strength is dozens of times that of the past. The speed of internal strength growth one day catches up with the past half month. Sudong was full of joy, picking up a treasure. In the past, I always lacked a good mental method, and today I finally achieved my wish. Strange. The internal force cultivated by this mental method is the same as the internal force cultivated by the mental method taught to me by my adoptive father. Different mental methods cultivate different internal forces. But now it is only the speed and efficiency that have changed. There is no difference in nature. Is it because of my own reasons? Without more comparison, he can only guess. The core of his cultivation is a mobile phone. All energy must be converted by the latter. There are 3 more demon pills. Refine them together. My internal force will surge in a short time. 3 demon pills can increase his skills by at least 50 years. Thinking of this, Sudong took out a yellow demon pill from his arms. He took a look at it and threw it directly into his mouth. Others need to spend a long time to remove the impurities of the demon pills. Even the immortals need to do so, but I don't. After swallowing the pill, the smartphone instantly sensed the energy source, just like finding a power source to charge. In an instant, a thin golden thread was extended to wrap around it, extracting the demon power in it. The mixed demon power, after passing through the smartphone, turned into milky white internal force. The demon pill slowly transformed into internal force in the body. Sudong could feel the rapid improvement of his internal force. In a blink of an eye, midnight passed. I don't know where these monsters got this mental method from. It's a bargain for me. These monsters. They are born to feel the essence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Those with slightly stronger bloodlines can even compete with our human martial arts masters in their childhood. After swallowing the demon pill, Sudong was still thinking in his heart. The gap between humans and monsters is too big. In this vast world, humans only occupy a few plains and rivers, while the larger and wider mountains and oceans are completely the territory of monsters. Especially in the ocean, it is a land of monsters. Monsters dominate the ocean, always coveting to attack the land and occupy large plains. Humans can only survive along the coast. My strength is far from that. When I faced a small river monster, it was like the end of the world. Now, I can kill it with a casual knife. In the past 3 years, my internal strength has increased on the one hand, but the more important improvement is my swordsmanship. No matter how strong the internal strength is, it needs good means to display it. Otherwise, it would be a joke. Strong internal strength alone is nothing. Like before, I'm afraid I can't even touch the tail of the Huangshan monster. Now, I just lack a suitable unique skill. Unfortunately, no one taught him. Sudong looked out the window, and the outside of the window was faintly white. His hand couldn't help but pick up the knife beside him. It's time to practice the knife. In the early morning, the people in Yangjiazhuang began to rise up smoke, cook on the stove, and open the curtain of a new day. Yang Yuchen and his sister hurried to the door of Sudong's mansion. Please inform them that the Yang brothers and sisters want to see Lord Su, the 8th rank flying fish catcher. Civilians should salute when they see him. Sudong was practicing with a knife in the backyard. His knife was different from yesterday's. It was faster and weirder than yesterday. Every time Sudong swung a knife, the tip of the knife flickered in the sun, leaving a piece of afterimage. It was like a piece of blooming knife flowers. The world's martial arts can only be broken by speed. When the speed is fast enough, it can produce amazing explosive power and destructive power. The 3 monsters of Huangshan are good at speed. What black smoke formation. In addition to affecting the enemy, it is more important to speed yourself up. If the speed is fast enough, the lethality will be strong and the life saving will be more powerful. It was also from this that Sudong was inspired. The prototype of his own knife skills was taught by his adoptive father, but as his strength increased, Sudong gradually changed the prototype of his knife skills. In order to solve the problem that his knife skills could not attack from a distance, he specially practiced the knife energy. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. Now, he found that his sword skills were not fast enough, so he worked hard to improve the speed of his sword skills. I slashed out with a sword. The speed is fast enough, and with my internal strength, I can burst out again. So, my 4th sword, one sword, should be able to have the power of 4 or 5 swords. Sudong thought to himself. If I can get a new sword manual, I don't have to figure it out myself. He thought to himself. It will be so convenient to download and install it at that time. At this time, his heart moved, and his eyes saw 2 figures walking in from outside the yard, and the sword in his hand suddenly slowed down. Yang Yuchen and Yang Yuxiu walked in, just in time to see Sudong sheathing his sword. You two, you got up so early. Sudong looked over and smiled. The 2 siblings walked over quickly and were about to kneel down. Lord Su saved my life. Yang Yuchen has no way to repay it. Please accept my brother and sister's greetings. Both of them wanted to kneel down. That won't work. Sister Yuxiu, don't listen to your brother. Sudong even reached out to support Yang Yuchen and glared at Yang Yuxiu. With his glare, Yuxiu dared not disobey. I have to bow. Thanks to Lord Su, otherwise my brother and I would not have seen the sun today. Yang Yuchen said, the 3 monsters last night. Each one was terrifying. I'm the head of the flying fish catcher. Catching and killing monsters is my duty. Those monsters should be killed. Sudong shook his head. No, the 3 flying fish catchers in Ping'an County. Not every flying fish catcher has the ability and mind of Lord Su. Yang Yuchen shook his head and looked at Sudong. Lord Su, aren't you curious? Why did the monster choose me? If you don't tell me, I'm too lazy to ask. Sudong chuckled. Yang Yuchen's face flushed immediately, looking at the young man. Then he stomped his feet fiercely. It's all my fault that I was confused for a while and took a business to help someone transport something to Ning'an County. Yang Yuxiu's pretty face beside him turned pale. Her brother had kept this from her in the past. Sudong nodded slightly. I don't need to tell you, but I believe Lord Su has guessed it. The only thing that can make the monster take risks is Linky. Yang Yuchen's face was filled with regret. Linky is a forbidden item of the Imperial Court. If anyone privately collects, sells, or transports it, they will be sentenced to death. This is smuggling. Sudong nodded. He had indeed guessed it. Chapter 7. Master Bayo takes a concubine. There is nothing else, except the spiritual essence, that can make those monsters crazy. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is full, and the spiritual essence is naturally born. The spiritual essence contains the essence of spiritual energy, which can not only nourish the body and promote cultivation. Even ordinary people can prolong their lives and maintain their beauty if they take it. The Jin Dynasty was powerful and the rule was strict. The spiritual essence is a tribute used by the royal family, and ordinary people are not qualified to use it, let alone sell it. But the huge value of the spiritual essence still makes many people willing to take risks. For example, Yang Yuchen, the boss of the business I took this time, is very powerful and can have a lot of connections. I was just one of many shippers who knew nothing except that it was shipped to Ning'an County. Just like that, I can get 10,000 teals of silver. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, 10,000 teals? Yang Yuxiu's beautiful eyes widened. For a young lady from a small farm, the number of 10,000 teals was indeed quite huge for her. No wonder you took the risk. I thought it was just a short distance and someone from the court would take care of it. Nothing would go wrong, and I could easily earn 10,000 teals. But who would have thought that I would be targeted by a monster? If Sudong hadn't seen the opportunity early, their whole family would have died. Brother, then you should return this Linky as soon as possible. We won't do this business anymore. Yang Yuxiu said. Yang Yuchen smiled bitterly. How can it be that easy? I don't even know who to return it to. I don't know who to return it to, but others know me. If I can't deliver it on time, my life and property will be in danger. Those people, killing one of me is like crushing an ant. He looked miserable and didn't even dare to look at his sister. Now he was in a dilemma. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of implicating Yang Yuxiu. Sudong, who was listening on the side, also knew that Yang Yuchen was in real trouble. Where is a Linky? Sudong asked. Hearing Sudong speak, Yang Yuchen immediately looked up and said, I have been keeping this thing close to my body, for fear of losing it. Hidden close to my body? Yang Yuxiu blinked and looked at her brother. The latter took off his boots neatly, and then pulled out the insole in the boots, which he had knitted himself. After pulling out the insole, Yang Yuchen tore it hard from the thread. Swish. The insole was torn open, revealing a layer in which a yellow talisman paper was placed squarely. Through the talisman paper, Sudong could still feel the spiritual energy contained in it. No wonder you put it on the sole of your shoe. Really cautious. Sudong laughed, thinking that this would cover up the breath of spiritual energy. You have to be cautious, or you will be targeted by monsters. Yang Yuchen took out the storage talisman, handed it to Sudong. Sudong took it in his hand. A closer look easily revealed that there was a Taoist mark on the talisman paper. It takes a special technique to open this talisman paper. If you don't use the right technique, the talisman paper will be destroyed, and the things inside will not be left. Then I don't know. I'm only responsible for transporting it to Ning'an County, Yang Yuchen said. Sudong smiled bitterly. He didn't know anything, but he dared to take such a life-threatening business. He was really brave. However, Yang Yuchen was also a businessman. He knew that wealth and honor are sought in danger, so he just took a gamble. If he was lucky, he would make money. 10,000 teals was worth his risk. Those 3 weasels are naturally very sensitive to smells. No matter how well you hide, they will be smelled. That's it. I'll help you to cover up the smell. The rest depends on your luck, Sudong said, and a little energy leaked from his fingertips, and a little milky white internal energy attached to the talisman paper. He handed it to Yang Yuchen casually. The smartphone in my Dantian has a function, which is to block signal information. It can also cover up this spiritual energy fluctuation. In fact, Sudong was just pretending. The main purpose was that all the spiritual energy on the talisman paper was covered up with his command. This is really Lord Su's kindness to me. I, Yang Yuchen, can't repay it even if I die. Yang Yuchen took the talisman paper and really couldn't feel any aura fluctuations. He was overjoyed. In addition to monsters, there is also the court. Be careful. After Sudong finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the front yard. After practicing with the sword, he was indeed a little hungry. Yang Yuxiu bowed to Sudong from a distance. Yang Yuchen was completely excited. That's great. With this mark, I don't have to worry about monsters anymore. The court? There is no need to worry about the court, he said excitedly. His sister Yang Yuxiu frowned slightly. Brother, we agreed to come here today to thank Brother Sudong. Why are you bothering him again? This is because Lord Su is kind-hearted and willing to help us. Sister, your brother Sudong is amazing. He can release his energy and conceal his spiritual energy. Sister, you have to work harder. When you really marry Sudong, we will really have a strong backer. Yang Yuchen's eyes lit up. But he thought to himself. 3 years ago, I saw that Sudong would achieve extraordinary success in the future, and now he is so powerful. It seems that I was right to let my sister get close to him. Today, I guess he is so easy to talk to because of Yuxiu. As for men, no matter how upright they pretend to be, they don't like beauties, let alone a young man in his early 20s. Yang Yuchen's parents died when he was young, and he had to run the family early. He grew up with a sister and saw through the warmth and coldness of human nature. In recent years, he has been doing business outside, and he has seen many accidents, and is very cunning. When thinking about things, he habitually thinks about benefits. He just thinks that Sudong is helping him. He had set his eyes on his sister Yuxiu. It's not bad to be with a flying fisherman. But if you want to marry my sister, you can't make her too cheap. Yang Yuxiu kept frowning at her brother. This book was recently updated on #@. Update. My brother was so respectful to Brother Sudong before, but now he just turned around and did that. Even though Brother Sudong was younger, he was still their benefactor. Now, Yang Yuxiu didn't have the face to stay any longer, so she took her brother back. She wanted to go back and chant sutras to pray for Sudong, hoping that Sudong would be safe and live a long life. Hello, sir. Good morning, sir. Sudong came to the front yard. The servants in the mansion saluted. His adoptive father had already gotten up early and was smoking a pipe in the hall. Yang had no other hobbies except smoking and only smiled when he saw Sudong coming in. Fuan, it's time for dinner. Yes, sir. The servants hurried to prepare breakfast. Donja, those 2 siblings came to see you early in the morning. Is there something? Yang looked at Sudong who was sitting next to him and asked. Yes, there is something. It's not a big deal. It's already been solved. Sudong nodded. Yang frowned slightly. Yuxiu is really good, but I don't like her brother. He's like a wolf cub, and his eyes are white. He wants you to help. Be careful. If you can't help, don't help. Yes, I know. Sudong smiled and nodded. Yang Yuchen? Since he came to this village 5 years ago, Yang Yuchen has been taking good care of him. After 3 years ago, he has been visiting him. If he can help with some small things, he will help. As for what the latter thinks, he is too lazy to care. Yang looked at his adopted son helplessly. You are too soft-hearted. By the way, the county lord just sent someone to pass on the message that you will go to the county today. Is there a monster? Sudong became energetic when he heard it and looked at Yang. Only when you encounter a monster, you will find the flying fish catcher. Yang glanced at him. There are not so many monsters in the county. It's our county magistrate's precious son. He took in a new concubine at noon today and asked you to go and pay the tribute. Upon hearing this, Sudang's face fell immediately. Another concubine? This year, this is the third one, right? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Their county magistrate had no other problems, but he had a good son. This son took in a concubine when he had nothing to do. Taking in a concubine would be fine, but he had to entertain guests, and he didn't want to offend the county magistrate's face. Then are you going or not? Yang said with a smile. Yes, of course I can go. They were officials in the same dynasty. The etiquette should still be followed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Immortal. The county town was not far away. Sudang, along with 2 followers, arrived at noon on horseback. Although Pingan County was not big, it was divided into 5 urban districts: east, south, west, north, and center. The population was more than 100,000. The county lord's mansion was in the eastern part of the county town. When Sudang arrived, the entire mansion was already decorated with lights and was quite lively. Who is that young man? I haven't seen him. Master Zhang, you have been doing business outside for the past 2 years. It's no wonder that you don't know him. That man is wearing a flying fish suit. You must have seen him. He is Sudang, one of the 3 flying fish catchers in our county. Sucatcher. Flying fish catcher? He has killed monsters. He is really amazing. Judging from his age, he is only in his 20s. There should be more flying fish catchers in the county. Those monsters will be a little afraid. If people may have complaints and conflicts with ordinary catchers, they all admire and respect flying fish catchers. Because flying fish catchers are the ones who kill monsters and truly keep the area safe. At the age of 20, you dare to fight monsters. You are really brave. You should practice martial arts and cultivate your body to slay monsters. You are much better than those troublemakers. People were talking about it, but Sudang went straight to the county lord's mansion. The county lord of Pingan County is now surnamed Z, and this county lord's mansion is also Z's mansion. Sudang. Captain Su has arrived. The doorman hurriedly greeted the guest and announced loudly. The 8th rank flying fish captain has a high status in Pingan County. Sudang told his entourage to go to the gift room to pay the gift, but he walked into the hall with ease. The county lord was entertaining guests there, and the protagonist of today, Master Bao, was full of joy. Hello, Lord Su. Hello, Lord Su. Mr. Lee is polite. Boss Khan's business is booming. Sudang also responded to the greeting. Brother Su, please sit down. Master Bao Ziboran turned around and saw Sudang. He was immediately happier and came over to greet him happily. Congratulations. Sudang smiled and looked at the young man in front of him. Mr. Bao, whose original name was Ziboran, had 6 older sisters. He was the 7th and the youngest. The county lord loved him very much and treated him as a treasure, so he was naturally nicknamed Mr. Bao. Since the river monster was causing trouble that year, I rescued him from the river monster. Ziboran was also sentimental and sent a generous gift to my house every New Year and festival. Recalling the past, Sudang also sighed, thinking of the young man he rescued. I didn't expect him to love marrying concubines so much. Brother Su, I'm not talking about you as a younger brother. I'm only 18 years old this year, and I've already married my 9th concubine. You're in your 20s, and haven't married yet. My youngest daughter is 3 years old. Mr. Bao shook his head and sighed. He had a handsome face, and didn't have the arrogance of a rich young man. He teased Sudang as soon as he opened his mouth. He had 6 sisters and no brothers. To Sudang. Since Sudang rescued him from the monster's claws 3 years ago, he really regarded him as a benefactor brother. Sudang laughed immediately. 20-something? He is only 22. Okay. It's not that he got married late. It's that people in this world generally get married early. Girls get married at the age of 13, and it's normal for men to get married at the age of 16. In comparison, he seems to be an old man now. I'm not in a hurry, Sudong said. How can I not be in a hurry? Let's do this. I'll take Brother Su to meet the ladies in the county someday. They are all ladies from wealthy families. As long as Brother Su likes them, I'll let my father be your matchmaker, Master Bao said enthusiastically. Well, I'll be Sudong's matchmaker. A hearty laugh came from behind Master Bao. A middle-aged man with eyes and eyebrows similar to Master Bao came over, holding tea in his hand, and smiled. Your subordinate greets the county lord. Sudong saluted with his fists. We are all at home. Why are you being polite? The county lord still complained and said dissatisfiedly. Sudong also smiled. Boren, your elder brother Su is different from you. Your elder brother Su is very talented. He is very skilled in martial arts at a young age. He has a promising future. Of course, ordinary women would not be interested in him, the county magistrate said with a smile. He looked at Sudong with admiration in his eyes. He was old, and he would only be a county magistrate in this life. Sudong was different. He was now an 8th rank flying fish catcher. In 2 years, if he became stronger, he would definitely be the leader of the flying fish in the county. The leader of a county's flying fish, who commanded the flying fish catchers in the county, was a 7th rank official and directly governed the county governor. He was stronger than the county magistrate. Yes, of course, ordinary women are not worthy of elder brother Su. Master Bao nodded in agreement. He did not think as much as his father did, but he admired Sudong from the bottom of his heart. Sudong could only listen to the two father and son planning for him. County magistrate, congratulations. Oh, it's shopkeeper Chen. Sir, congratulations. People came forward to talk to him one after another. Sudong was immediately rescued. County Lord, Master Bao, you guys go take care of others first. Don't worry about me. Sudong smiled at the County Lord and Master Bao. Sudong, sit over here. Just then a voice came calling Sudong, and Sudong turned around to look. A man in the same flying fish robe was looking over at the corner of the hall. Brother Wang. Sudong walked over with a smile and sat at the same table. The county lord really cares about you. I came in, and he just glanced at me. As soon as he sat down, Brother Wang, who was also a flying fish catcher next to him, said, "Why do you and I care about these things?" Sudong laughed. Haha, that's right. I only care about killing monsters. I don't care about anything else. Brother Wang laughed. Wang Lang, one of the 3 flying fish catchers in Pinggan County, is generous by nature. He is good at martial arts, good at palm techniques, and also learned sword techniques. When he was young, his parents were killed by monsters. From then on, he was determined to kill monsters. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. Even though he was sitting next to him, Sudong could see the madness and murderous intent in the latter's eyes. There are so many monsters that died at the hands of Brother Wang. Sudong thought to himself. He killed monsters casually and only killed when he met one. But Wang Lang was different. The latter would kill them whenever he saw one, especially some small monsters. He couldn't deal with big monsters, so he killed some small monsters. Killing and even torturing. Very crazy. Look, Yan Zion Feng is here. Wang Lang suddenly looked outside the hall. Said. Sudong looked over and happened to see the man looking over here, and they looked at each other. The same flying fish robe. He was about 30 years old and had a resolute face. But the man only glanced at this side, then retracted his gaze and walked aside by himself, accompanied by 2 followers. You are really arrogant. You think you are from a famous family, so you look down on us wild people, Wang Lang said disdainfully. Sudong was silent. Since the man had no intention of making friends, he didn't care. HMPH, if you have the ability, go and cultivate immortality. Why are you so arrogant here? Wang Lang seemed to be very resentful of that person. Sudong shook his head. Brother Wang, don't be angry. Come, drink. He personally poured wine for Wang Lang and said. In the distance, Yan Zheng sat at a table. No one around him dared to greet him, and he looked like a stranger who didn't want to be approached. Sir, that's Sudong. He is indeed young, and everyone says he has the best chance of becoming the leader of Fiu. A follower beside him whispered. HMPH, a kid who has practiced internal skills for a few days, and learned swordsmanship from somewhere, and killed a few monsters by chance. What's there to praise? I'm a direct disciple of Hanan sect. How can he compare? Yan Zheng didn't even look at Sudong. Wait, the position of Fiu leader is mine, and no one can take it away. He was extremely confident. Boom. Suddenly, a thunder of heaven and earth exploded suddenly. It startled everyone in the hall. Thunder? Is it going to rain? Everyone was shocked. Thunder in broad daylight. Wang Lang was also startled, and then he saw Sudong, who was beside him, had already rushed out of the hall in an instant. The speed was so fast that he could hardly see clearly. So fast. Wang Lang was shocked. Then he rushed out immediately. Sudong was the first to rush out of the hall. He looked up at the sky. He saw a rainbow flying quickly towards the west above the sky 100 meters high. Flying in the air. Immortal. It's a cultivator. Someone on the ground also saw it and exclaimed. This exclamation immediately startled more people. The cultivator, the legend among legends. Chapter 9, Medical Clinic. Immortal cultivators can live for 1,000 years, move mountains and fill the sea, make it rain and thunder, eat wind and drink dew, fly in the air. All kinds of magical things are beyond words. There were also immortal cultivators in the Jin Dynasty. Immortal cultivators are also human beings, and naturally have a sense of belonging. It's just that kind of people, just like the people on the ground at this moment, including Sudong. That kind of people need to be looked up to by mortals like them. Immortals, they are really immortals. The county lord and others also came out of the hall and saw the flying rainbow in the sky, and they were extremely excited. It seems that today is really an auspicious day. I can meet an immortal when I get married. Bao Gangzi was excited. Yan Zheng, who came out later, put away the pride on his face and looked at the disappearing flying rainbow with longing. Immortal cultivation is something he dreams of. Compared with immortals, these mortals are just ants. From that perspective, they are just like ants. If you really want to live like an immortal, won't you have less of these mortals and less of the smell of fireworks? This scene shocked many people. Sudong looked up at the flying rainbow after Glove the immortal leaving. His eyes were very calm. There was even a little surprise. There seems to be another figure behind the immortal, but that figure is not wearing the flying rainbow, so it is not conspicuous. I have also improved my internal strength to a higher level recently. My body has changed, and my vision has also been strengthened, so I can vaguely see that it is also a figure. Two immortals, one with a flying rainbow wrapped around him soared into the sky, and the other was chasing closely behind. The thunder in the daytime before did not sound friendly. It seems that there is no peace among the immortals. Immortal cultivators are also human beings, just with more means and longer lifespans, but they are still human beings after all. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. The passing of the immortal made the banquet more lively. When they returned to the hall, they were still discussing it. Everyone was very happy. Because there were too few immortals, they all regarded seeing an immortal as a sign of good luck. It's great to cultivate immortals. Wang Lang sat next to Sudong, drinking the wine in his glass, and said, they can fly and hide easily, and control thunder and fire. What about us? We practice martial arts for our whole lives. If we can reach the realm of martial arts mastery, and our internal energy can completely control our whole body, we can control the energy and fly. This requires extraordinary talent and hard work. Going further, with some opportunities, we may be able to transcend our own shackles, transform from a mortal body to become a martial master, and it is no problem to fight 10,000 people alone. But how difficult is it? Throughout the ages, there have been so many talented people in the martial arts world, but which one can become a martial master? Martial master, martial master, martial artist is called master. They are not afraid of immortals, demons and monsters. But there are too few. Practicing martial arts and training the body is too difficult. Not only can you not slack off for a moment, but you also need all kinds of opportunities. Above the martial lord, the martial saint is a legend. It is said that he can have great supernatural powers, comparable to the immortals, and his skills and methods are very great. There is a martial saint in the Wei kingdom. He is arrogant and looks down on the whole country with his sword. The name of the sword saint really scared away all kinds of monsters and millions of soldiers. Going higher, it is said that there are martial gods who can break the void. Those are all legends. Practicing martial arts. What you cultivate is the mortal body, and what you practice is the lowest level of internal force. It is easy to get started. As long as you work hard, almost everyone can practice it, but the further you go. In fact, practicing martial arts is harmful to the body. It burns potential. How many people with deviated internal force can live long? Wang Lang sighed and said. Su Dong also nodded slightly. Yes, immortals can easily live 100 or 200 years longer. You can practice slowly. They are different from warriors. Internal force cannot increase lifespan. The lifespan of a normal person is 100 years. No matter how talented and powerful you are, you will eventually become a pile of dirt. Time is the most powerful poison, and even the most powerful warriors cannot resist it. Unless you have connections in power, you can have a large supply of spiritual essences that can increase your lifespan. Wang Lang said excitedly. Using spiritual essences to increase lifespan is not possible with wealth alone. You also need power. Only with the help of spiritual essences can you become a truly powerful warrior. This is the opportunity that Wang Lang mentioned earlier. Su Dong listened silently. He is also a martial artist. I also need spiritual essences, but spiritual essences are hard to find, and not so easy to get. Yang Yuchen smuggled one before, but on the one hand, he still disdained to take other people's things, and on the other hand, if he really needed it, he would also need a huge amount. Powerful warriors are all made of spiritual essences. The same is true for immortals. Even demons are like this. Who in the world doesn't want the spiritual essences of heaven and earth? But spiritual essences are also rare. Brother Su Dong, I'm going to say something drunk. Don't be offended. Wang Lang suddenly lowered his voice and said to Su Dong. Brother Wang, you say. Su Dong pretended to listen. You are different from me, old Wang, and that Yan Zian Feng. I can see that your strength is far above ours. Just now, when the immortal passed by, you rushed out, and I couldn't see your shadow. He sighed. You are only in your 20s this year. Your bones and tendons have not been completely ruined. It's not too late to join the sect now. Maybe you will have a chance to become an immortal. Then you will soar into the sky and become an immortal. We will all be old and dead, but you will still be alive and well. This Pinggan County is not a place for you to stay. This book was recently updated in update. Wang Lang whispered. He really cared about Su Dong. Su Dong picked up the wine glass and toasted the latter. But he didn't say much. Wang Lang saw that he was silent, and he didn't speak anymore, just drank alone. The two things he cared about most in his life were killing monsters and drinking. In a blink of an eye, the banquet was over, and Su Dong and other guests also left one after another, and left the county mansion. You two go wait for me outside the city first. I'm going to visit an old friend, and will be there soon. After sending away the two followers, Su Dong walked towards the west city of Pinggan County. It's like this again. It was the same the last time I entered the city. Every time before leaving, you have to visit old friends. I don't know who this old friend of yours is. The two followers talked and walked towards the outside of the city. Su Dong didn't say anything, and they didn't dare to ask, so they could only guess. There is a clinic on the main street of the east city of Pinggan County. The clinic is not big, and doesn't even have a plaque, but the most people come and go to see a doctor in this clinic. Su Dong didn't see a doctor or prescribe medicine, but walked straight in. Hello, Master Su. There was a clerk in the store who saluted when he saw Su Dong. Su Dong, wearing a flying fish suit, was naturally very conspicuous in the crowd. Miss Meng, are you busy? Su Dong waved his hand and asked in a low voice, as if he was afraid of disturbing someone. The doctor is treating someone. Oh, go ahead and do your work, no need to call me. Su Dong nodded and then walked towards the clinic's wing. He walked in, and the guy behind him looked at his back and whispered, "This Lord Su, he has nothing to do but not catch monsters. He always comes here to find the doctor. He doesn't talk to the doctor, he just watches from afar. He shook his head, but he understood in his heart. Lord Su. He likes my doctor. Chapter 10 Benefactor. The clinic is not big, but there are some tables and chairs for patients to rest. Sudan found a table and chair by the window and sat down, quietly looking at the doctor who was seeing patients not far in front of him. When he saw him, his eyes were full of warmth and tranquility. He was a little infatuated. Staring at the woman in front of him, Sudan had seen too many beauties, artificial, natural, and with beauty filters, but compared with the woman in front of him, they were far inferior. The woman in front had eyebrows like distant mountains and lips like peach blossoms. Her skin was as white as snow. She didn't wear any makeup, but it added a natural tranquility. The more you look at her, the more peaceful it makes you feel. Just watching from a distance, Sudan felt that his heartbeat had calmed down a lot. But the beauty was bright, but God was jealous. That woman couldn't see anything with her eyes. Madame Day is so nice. She doesn't charge much for treating us. The doctor only charges the money from the rich. We don't even want it. Madame Day is so beautiful. She has such a good heart, but she has a bad eye. What's a pity? Slap her face. Yes, it's my fault. I deserve a slap on my face. Two old men were walking out after seeing a doctor, and their discussions reached Sudan's ears. No one who came here to see a doctor said anything bad about the doctor. If anyone dared to say anything, they would be scolded by the people around them. Sudan looked at the people queuing outside the clinic to see a doctor. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. 5 years ago, did my godfather carry me on his back and rush here like this? To beg Miss Meng to save my life. 5 years have passed in a flash. Sudan looked at the woman who was treating patients there, his eyes full of tenderness and gratitude. 5 years ago, he fell on the bank of the Han River. He thought he was dead, but he was saved by his adoptive father Yangan. At that time, he was dying, with only one breath left. It was obvious that he would not live. The doctors in the village said that he could not be saved and just buried him. But Yangan did not give up. He could not afford to hire a carriage, so he carried him all the way from Yangjiazhuang to the county town. But seeing a doctor in the county town, it costs money. At that time, some doctors who were not sure saw my appearance at that time and dared not accept me. Doctors also have to look at the symptoms when they accept patients. At that time, they were afraid that he would die in someone else's clinic, and it would be a bad reputation if it was spread out. And doctors who are sure of their treatment would ask for money when they open their mouths. It is natural and understandable to ask for money for seeing a doctor. However, Yangan had no money at that time, so he could only kneel down and beg people. But for those doctors who have long been accustomed to life and death, who would care about the prayers of an old man, until they came here. Sudan glanced at the wooden bed placed in the corner of the clinic. It was covered with a plain white blanket. At that time, he was treated there. I can't repay the life-saving grace. Later, I became a flying fish catcher and had some money. I came here to give him a generous gift, but he refused to accept it. Sudan shook his head. In front of this Meng girl, he felt very humble. His money was a blasphemy to this doctor. From then on, Sudan only kept that favor in his heart and always wanted to repay it. Whenever he went to the city, he would always come here to sit. When he sat down, he didn't say anything, just watched from a distance, for fear of disturbing others. Over time, the guys in the clinic also knew about the problem of the flying fish catcher. He didn't come here to see patients, but only to see people. It was rumored that he had feelings for people. But who could know that he was thinking of the favor at that time? Perhaps even he himself didn't know, deep in his heart. Is it not just as simple as gratitude? I heard that the immortals have elixirs that can bring the dead back to life and reborn. Maybe it can also restore the eyesight. Sudan thought to himself. Doctor, everyone is familiar with him and calls him Miss Meng. Miss Meng came to Pinggan County about 10 years ago. At that time, she was still a girl in her teens. She settled here with her uncle. I remember that she opened a clinic at that time. At that time, Miss Meng was the attending physician, but a girl in her teens, sitting in the clinic? How many people were willing to believe it? At first, no one came to see the doctor. Until later, several patients with difficult and complicated diseases that were said to be incurable elsewhere came here, but after taking the medicine, they gradually got better after being prescribed a prescription. That time, the name of the clinic was immediately spread, and everyone knew that the girl in her teens in the clinic was actually a miracle doctor. Since then, more and more people came here to see a doctor. Gradually, the young doctor was too busy to handle it, so she set up many rules. When she was sitting in the clinic, she gave priority to the emergency and the poor. The rich came here to see a doctor, and the kind ones did not charge the consultation fee. The ones with a bad reputation would have their consultation fee doubled. There are naturally some people who are not used to the many rules. There are also some people who are not used to the good business. However, this clinic not only has a young doctor, but also an uncle who practices martial arts. Some martial artists came up to make trouble, but they were beaten to a pulp. After so many times, no one could do anything about this place, so they dared not to make trouble. This clinic has been open for 10 years. The young doctor of that year has grown into a big girl with beautiful eyebrows and eyes. Naturally, it also attracted some bees and butterflies to come here. Maybe there are some who are sincere in love, or maybe they have other purposes. In short, there are quite a few such people. But Miss Meng is devoted to treating patients, and I have never heard of anyone who can get close to her. Miss, that super policeman is here again. He is looking at you again. Miss Meng took a break after just finishing treating a patient. The little maid servant next to her laughed softly. In response, Miss Meng just smiled. Let him go. The first time, someone told her that she should just wait for a doctor's visit, but Sudang didn't see the doctor, just sat for a while and left. The next few times he came, he just sat for a while and left. This happened many times, so it naturally attracted people's attention. 5 years ago, he was my patient, and later he sent money and medical fees. At the beginning, I thought he was kind-hearted and became a flying fish catcher to keep the area safe, so I confiscated his medical fees. Maybe this has become a knot in his heart. That's why he often comes here. Miss Meng thought to herself. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. People who practice martial arts also talk about their character when they reach a high level. If it was really like what she thought, and it caused Sudang a knot in his heart, she would not want it. If there is a chance, take his medical fees. Get out of the way. If you don't let me in, I will smash this clinic. There was a sudden noise and shouting outside. Huh. Sudang frowned. He took a look at the woman, who was seeing patients there, and seemed to be frightened. His face suddenly became colder. There was a noisy scolding outside. At the door of the clinic, a white-faced young man in fancy and luxurious clothes looked angry and anxious. He directed the 3 guards beside him to rush in. Mr. Yan, it's not that we don't let you in. It's useless for you to go in. My master won't treat you. A waiter was bold and stopped in front and said, don't want to see a doctor? I'm also a patient. Why don't you treat me? If you keep talking, I'll pull out your intestines and feed them to the dogs. Mr. Yan, with a pale and abnormal face, glared. It scared many people. If she doesn't treat me today, I'll smash this place, he said arrogantly. As he said that, he rushed in. A group of people watched the excitement, but they all shook their heads. They also talked in a low voice. Yan Tong was born in a wealthy family. He doesn't make progress on weekdays. He just loves to eat, drink, have fun, and visit brothels. He ruined his health and got a serious illness. No place else can cure him. So he came here. Dr. Meng didn't even treat him. He said it was his own fault. Dr. Meng has rules for this kind of illness. He won't accept any. People were talking about it. Yan Tong didn't care and ordered his men to rush in. I got the news that the annoying old man is not in the clinic these days. No one can protect him. I don't believe it. If I make a big fuss, she won't treat me. He was also anxious. He was seriously ill and couldn't be cured anywhere else. Only here could he be cured. If he didn't get treated, he would die. The 2 men in the clinic had never practiced martial arts. They couldn't be stopped by the 3 martial arts guards under Yan Tong. Just as they were about to break in, a figure blocked them. He was wearing a flying fish suit. He stood there and no one dared to move. Who are you? Get out of my way. Yan Tong looked at the young man in front of him and said through gritted teeth. Of course he recognized this outfit. His brother Yan Zeng was also a flying fisherman. Sudong looked at him coldly. Get lost. Sudong said coldly. Yan Tong couldn't help but choke. Chapter 11. Demonic Aura. Yan Tong sneered when he heard it, and his feminine and lifeless eyes glanced up and down at the Fiayu suit Sudong was wearing. In Pingan County, few people dared to talk to him like this. Let me go. What a big tone. Flying fish captain? Killing demons and exorcising monsters. Very powerful. He sneered. But if you want to scare me, you are not qualified. Have you heard of Yan Zeng? The head of the Fiayu captain in our county. He is my third brother. What can you do to me? Cut me with a knife. Yan Tong sneered. If it was some unknown knight errant, he might be a little timid. But what he was least afraid of was officials. Many officials were afraid of him. Afraid of the Yan family behind him. Captain Su, my master said that you don't have to worry. Even if Yan Tong goes in, my master won't treat him, and he can't make a fuss. The maid in the clinic came out and said. She glared at Yan Tong, who had an ugly expression, and glanced at Sudong beside her. Looking at Sudong, who was wearing a Fiayu suit and had a cold face, she muttered quietly in her heart. This captain is quite heroic. She also knew that the Yan family behind Yan Tong was well known in the whole Ning'an County. It is said that there are people in the court and the martial arts sects. Compared with the huge family background of others, this Captain Su seems much weaker. Surname Su? Yan Tong's eyes rolled. He was no longer afraid. Captain Su, my master said that you are an official in the court, and this Yan family is not easy to provoke. The little maid whispered beside Sudong. Humph, did you hear that? This little maid is more reasonable than you. Get out of the way quickly, and don't hinder me from seeing a doctor. Yan Tong said even more arrogantly. I said, get out. Sudong still said with a cold face. Yan family? Yan Zeng. He is an 8th rank Fiayu captain, slaying demons and monsters, protecting the peace of the area. If civilians dare to offend him, it means ignoring the majesty of the court, and he has nothing to say if he kills others. As for revenge, Sudong really didn't take the Yan family seriously. In this world, strength is respected. With his current strength, in this Pingan County, he is really not afraid of anyone. There are only some people in the county that he is afraid of. Yan Tong suddenly became anxious. You are that Sudong, right? I have heard of you. The youngest flying fish catcher, a wild man, dares to go against me. Okay, beat me. He was anxious and looked down on Sudong in his bones. With a wave of his hand, he asked the guards beside him to take action. The 3 guards looked at each other. Take action? He is an official. What are you 3 afraid of? I will stop the sky from falling. It's just a catcher. My brother is also a catcher. My second uncle is the prefect. Yan Tong shouted. This is his capital. The people around him shook their heads. This Yan family is indeed a big family with a deep foundation. Even the county lord is a little afraid of it. They are usually domineering, and they have to hide. Hit him. He's just a captain. I have some internal strength, and have practiced palm techniques. The 3 guards started to attack immediately after hearing this. They were all thugs, and they were brought by Yan Tong, because they were ruthless, and dared to fight and kill. But, snap. There was a crisp sound. Before he could see clearly, the guard who rushed out first was slapped back and flew backwards, taking 2 of his companions with him. A closer look showed that there was blood foam at the corners of his mouth and his eyes were rolled back. Waist. Yan Tong was also shocked. He looked at the 3 men under his feet. These men were also good fighters, but they couldn't take a slap. He turned around and ran. He ran more than 10 feet away in one breath before stopping. He turned around and looked at Sudong fiercely. Mr. Su, I'll remember this account today. If we don't change, you just wait. He was still making harsh words. Choke. What greeted him was the sound of a knife. Sudong drew his knife, swung it, and put it away in an instant. Others could only see a flash of knife light beside him. Puff. A blade of energy had already chopped onto Yan Tong's head, and the knife shaved past his scalp, cutting off the hair tied up on his head by the roots. Yan Tong touched his bald head, his face extremely pale. Sword energy. What a powerful knife. The knowledgeable people around him exclaimed in amazement. The internal force was out of the body, and the knife energy was everywhere. How deep must the internal force be? From such a distance, a knife chopped onto my head? Yan Tong was stunned and frightened by the knife. He was arrogant outside, not relying on his own strength, but on the power of his family. Oh my god, if that knife had gone a little lower, I would have lost my head. Yan Tong felt his neck getting cold. In front of someone who could really kill him with a single move, he was also scared, and his heart was trembling. He really thought that the head of the police in front of him dared to kill him. Don't kill me. He trembled and begged for mercy. Killing you, I feel like my knife is dirty. Go away. Sudong stared at Yan Tong, his voice full of coldness. Go quickly. The guard pulled Yan Tong away. Yan Tong's legs were so weak that he couldn't even walk. He was scared by the knife. Look at Yan Tong, that coward. See if he dares to be so arrogant again in the future. If his disease is not cured, he won't live for a few days. Living is suffering. The onlookers talked a lot. It was obviously a great pleasure for Yan Tong to suffer. And the look in his eyes when he looked at Sudong was even more awe-inspiring. Sudong just watched Yan Tong leave coldly, then turned back to the clinic, and didn't sit down yet. Captain Su, thank you very much. Miss Meng walked aside at some point and thanked him softly. This book has been updated recently in @ Sudong turned around and saw the woman in front of him. This person is very annoying, and I can't stand it either. Sudong smiled, but he was unconsciously a little excited in his heart. But he himself didn't know what he was excited about. The woman in front of him looked a little apologetic. After all, he is a member of the Yan family, so there will be a lot of trouble. Fourth Miss Meng sighed. It's just a small matter. Sudong didn't care at all. But I heard it all. They all say that Captain Su has unparalleled magical powers. Fourth Miss Meng laughed softly. This smile seemed to be in full bloom and brilliant in Sudong's eyes. After leaving the clinic, Sudong still remembered that smile in his mind. That brilliant smile was a little dazzling and charming. When they arrived at the city gate, the two followers looked at their master, who seemed to be unable to see them, but just stood there with a slight smile on his lips, and laughed from time to time. What's wrong with the master? I don't know. It's like what? Like possessed. A gentle lady is a good match for a gentleman. With a beauty like her, which young man would not be tempted? Pinggan County, Yang Mansion. In the hall, Yan Zheng looked at the embarrassed Yan Tong in front of him. His eyes flickered slightly. You mean, you were 10 feet away, and he swung out his sword energy in an instant and almost killed you? Yes, third brother, that Sudong is really scary, really frightening. Yan Tong came to beg his third brother with a sad face. He was really afraid of death. There was no hope at the clinic. Third brother, you must save me this time. Talk to the masters of your sect and ask for a magic medicine for me. Third brother, I don't want to die yet. He begged. Yan Zheng was looking out the window. His eyes did not pay attention to the cousin in front of him. 10 feet away, the sword energy was so condensed, I need time to accumulate power to do it, but he swung out the sword in an instant. I didn't take him seriously before. It seems that I underestimated him. I want to become the leader of Fiu. I must squeeze this Sudong out. Under Yan Zheng's resolute face, his mind was turbulent. The sound of horse hooves faded, and outside Yang Jiazhuang, Sudong and the other two were returning. In the wilderness at night, Sudong was in a good mood. He was still thinking about when he would go to the county town next time. Suddenly, Sudong, who was sitting on the horse, suddenly pulled the reins. He turned his head and looked towards the forest. His smiling face suddenly became cold. Demonic aura. Recently, his power has greatly increased. Sudong can easily smell a strong aura from a distance. The aura contains murderous violence, cold and terrifying. It's a big demon, and its aura is more terrifying than the Huangshan big demon. There is also a bloody smell. Sudong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Chapter 12. Rhino General. In the grove outside Zhuangzi, the big monster with fangs protruding outward was still waiting. He waited for a day and a night, and the number of corpses under his feet increased from 1 to 3. Not far from him, a plain-dressed peasant girl was still trembling, looking at him with a pale face. She was also looking at the corpses under his feet. Her eyes seemed to be blank, as if she had been frightened, and was extremely desperate and terrified, and she didn't dare to shout. He was a big monster, and he had cultivated successfully. Logically, he could go without food for several days and nights like the immortals, eating wind and drinking dew, and absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, but he didn't want to. He was usually spoiled, and he felt uncomfortable without eating for a day. What he was waiting for was naturally the 3 monsters of Huangshan. Something happened. Something must have happened to those 3 idiots. If it wasn't something, even if they had 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to delay the king like this. 80% of them died in that farm. Idiots. Really idiots. Gyro Leomo is also stupid. Let these 3 idiots come. Forget it. I'll stay here and wait for the king's instructions. A small farm of humans. His fangs turned outward, licking the blood dripping from the edge of his lips. He likes to eat people. He doesn't like to eat corpses, but likes to eat living people. He eats 1 person in 1 meal. Eat 1, catch 1, and keep 1 to eat in the middle of the night. From last night until morning, there were only farmers in the farm. A flying fish catcher came out and went straight to the county town with 2 followers. I really want to kill that flying fish catcher. A small human dares to kill us monsters? But he didn't dare. He had important things to do. I notified the king at noon. The king sent out a demon team. It should arrive tomorrow. Wait, I will wait until tomorrow. He just waited like this, eating people while waiting. When it was night, just after dark, a few figures appeared on the side of the road. He had practiced well, and was stronger than the 3 demons of Huangshan. Even at night, his pair of green eyes could see everything in the dark. Naturally, he could see the person walking on the road. Is it the human flying fish catcher? TSK. So young, so young. He should have achieved some internal strength, and his meat is more delicious. I really want to eat him. He drooled and wanted to rush out, but his reason told him not to. That was the flying fish catcher, who had killed demons. There must be some means to deal with demons. If he missed the attack and let it escape, it would alarm the human court, which would be a bad thing. Demons are very afraid of the human court. But he didn't do it. The human riding on the road suddenly stopped. Stopped. Huh. Why is he looking towards me? He was startled. In the dark night, the cold eyes with green light were full of surprise. Impossible. He is immortal. It is impossible for him to find me from such a distance. Ah, he is coming. Sudong glanced at the woods coldly, and the murderous intent in his eyes could not be restrained. Such a strong bloody smell. Monsters eat humans. They all turn over the flesh and blood, just like ordinary beasts, so the bloody smell is naturally very strong. You two be careful. Sudong told the 2 followers who were still looking at him in surprise, and immediately dismounted. Walk towards the small woods. Sir, is there a monster? The 2 followers were not stupid, and asked, but Sudong's figure had already walked away towards the woods. The 2 looked at each other. We can't deal with monsters. And you're dragging down the adults. Haha, idiot. This human flying fish catcher is also an idiot. He found me. How dare he come over? After the big monster in the woods was stunned, he laughed happily. This flying fish catcher didn't hurry to inform the court, but walked towards him alone. This is courting death. He just watched the human approach. Getting closer and closer, he could even see the strong murderous intent in the human's eyes. Want to kill me? He sneered. There were too many humans who wanted to kill him, even many immortal cultivators. But he was not afraid. Even ordinary immortal cultivators couldn't deal with him. Here I come. Sudong walked to the edge of the woods and stopped. The big monster in the woods took the initiative to walk out. Ah, big monster. Look at the blood on his body. As soon as he walked out, the followers who were still waiting by the road in the distance immediately saw him, and their eyes showed fear. Monsters, in the eyes of mortals, are synonymous with fear. But Sudong was not afraid at all. Looking coldly at the tall figure in front of him, the burly figure was a full 10 feet long, with fangs at the corners of his mouth and a pair of green eyes. The whole body of this big demon exuded a cold and violent aura. It turned out to be you, the Rhino Demon General. Sudong sneered when he saw the big demon. This book was recently updated on #@. Update. The big demon looked at Sudong in surprise. You know me. The court has issued a notice to arrest me? He was surprised. Although he was one of the 4 demon generals under the Black Wind Demon King, he should not be so famous in the eyes of the human court. Why, you don't recognize me? Sudong sneered. Who are you? The Rhino Demon General was puzzled. Choke. A sharp knife light flashed, the long knife was unsheathed, and a strong knife aura was chopped out. Just start. The Rhino Demon General muttered with his fangs turned outward. But his right palm slapped out slowly. Puff. He slapped the sword energy with his palm, and easily dispersed Sudong's sword energy. This sword energy is just so-so, it can't hurt me. Huh. After dispersing the sword energy, the Rhino Demon General was still conceited, and then he was stunned, only to see a figure flash in front of him, and the flying fish catch a shot into the forest behind him like an arrow from a bow. There was a scream in the forest, and when he reappeared, he was already holding a girl in his arms, and running towards the road. That's mine. The Rhino Demon General was furious. Dare to snatch his prey in front of him. The huge body moved, but it was extremely fast to grab Sudong who was running. Get out. Sudong turned around and slashed. This slash. It was not a sword energy, but a real slash. The slash was a demon slaying sword. Humph, you want to stop me with just one slash? The Rhino Demon General didn't care at all. He had tried the sword energy swung by Sudong before, and it couldn't hurt him. He didn't think the slash was much stronger. Grabbing his palm, Sudong chopped the Rhino Demon General's big hand that was like a palm leaf fan. Puff. The palm of the Rhino Demon General was cut open with one slash, and the blade penetrated 4 inches. If the Rhino Demon General's skin and flesh were not thick, this slash could have chopped off his palm. With one slash, the Rhino Demon General's face changed. Pain. Ah. It pulled its hand away violently, retreated, and looked at Sudong, who quickly ran to the side of the road, and handed the girl in his arms to his followers. Hidden your strength? This slash has the power of those immortal cultivators' Taoism, and his slash is also extraordinary. It can break my demon body. Be careful with that slash. The Rhino Demon General's eyes became serious. The followers in the distance took the girl Sudong handed to them and looked at Sudong with admiration in their eyes. Your Excellency is so powerful that you injured the big demon with one slash. Your Excellency was saving people before. Monsters, in their hearts, used to be extremely scary and invincible. But now, their master injured the big demon with one slash. Chapter 13 Outbreak. Save people. Humans are stupid. Saving the weak doesn't mean they can help them fight. The Rhino Demon rubbed his palm, and the cut on his palm was healing quickly. You will all die soon. Let me see who will save you. The Rhino Demon growled, staring coldly at Sudong in the distance. No one has hurt him for a long time. This scene also made the followers in the distance pale. Monsters are monsters, with unique talents. Even if they are injured and disabled, they can recover quickly with blood alone, and regenerate broken limbs. If you hurt him, he will recover quickly. But if he hurts you, both of them dared not imagine it. Sudong turned around and looked at the Rhino Demon in front of him. His eyes recalled the past scenes, and they were extremely cold. In the past, it was so scary and terrifying in my eyes, but now, it is just like this. This Rhino Demon General has cultivated a demon body, and all his strength is in the demon body. In terms of strength, he should be at the level of us cultivators. The weakest cultivators are comparable to ordinary top warriors, which is a qualitative transformation. But there are too few cultivators, but too many monsters. How many ordinary warriors can kill monsters? Unfortunately, the Rhino Demon General met Sudong. Sudong is naturally not an ordinary warrior. With the demon slaying knife in hand, Sudong walked towards the Rhino Demon General. Be careful, sir. The two followers shouted softly, and the girl hiding behind them listened to their words, and looked at the man walking towards the big demon. The man was still very young. He can't beat that monster. We will all die. We will die. The girl's eyes were colorless, without luster, only desperate emptiness. Her father and mother both died at the hands of that monster. This was a nightmare, and that monster was the master of this nightmare. She watched her family being captured and eaten alive, right in front of her. What a great terror and despair that was. Others may not understand that feeling, but Sudong does. There are monsters in this world, and monsters eat people. I know they eat people, but I haven't experienced it, so I don't know how scary it is. Sudang walked over, his eyes as cold as a knife. The girl was so scared that she couldn't get out of it. I'm afraid she will live in fear for the rest of her life. I want to kill this rhino monster, and I have to kill him hard. Only by seeing this rhino monster die can I help the girl get out of this nightmare. Walking over, Sudang stared at the rhino monster. The latter's eyes were also serious. He felt that this flying fish catcher was extraordinary, but he was not afraid. I'm a monster. Would I be afraid of a mortal? Even if it was a human who killed the flying fish catcher, so what? It's not like there were no flying fish catchers who died in his hands. Human, your knife is indeed quite powerful and can hurt me, but so what? If you hurt me, I can recover easily, but if I hurt you, you will die. The Rhino Demon General said coldly. I'm just wondering, how do you know me? He still remembered that Sudang recognized him at a glance just now. But Sudang didn't bother to pay attention to him. He drew his knife, stepped on the ground, and his figure shot out like an arrow. This first knife is for those who died in your mouth. Sudang's voice was cold. It echoed in the night sky. The knife came out like snow, and the bright knife light illuminated the night sky and the eyes of the girl in the distance. Want to kill me? The Rhino Demon General snorted coldly. This time he was prepared and raised his hand. A long knife appeared out of nowhere in his hand. He also used a knife. The long knife was very long, even longer than Sudang's body. He swung the knife. But as soon as he swung it out, his face changed. His knife was not as fast as Sudang's. Puff. Sudang's knife easily slashed into the right shoulder of the Rhino Demon General. The latter relied on his powerful demon body and did not dodge. It was too late to dodge. Sudang slashed with his knife, and the internal force of his whole body burst out. In an instant, the knife light was shining. It was not just the light reflected by the moonlight, but the blade light emitted by itself. Condensed into light. Performance mode. In an instant, Sudang burst out with all his strength. This Rhino Demon General was stronger than the Huangshan Demon. He had strong internal strength and made progress every day, but there was no qualitative change. There was no breakthrough in the swordsmanship. How could he kill the Rhino Demon General? Of course, rely on the performance mode. As soon as you make a move, it will burst out, and don't give this Rhino Demon General a chance to breathe. This Rhino Demon General is a great demon who has been using a knife for a long time. How can his swordsmanship be weak? How could Sudang give him a chance to make a move? Sword light. He is immortal? At the level of martial arts? The Rhino Demon General panicked. When humans practice martial arts and cultivate their bodies, their internal strength accumulates to a certain level and reaches a state of perfection. They can control their entire body and their energy can be easily condensed into substance. This is the key light. When used on a knife, it is the knife light. However, how many people can reach the Wutang level in martial arts? Not as many as those who practice immortality. He has never met such a young person in his 500 years of life. The followers and the girl in the distance watched and naturally saw the light that lit up. They didn't understand so much, but they felt that the knife light was extremely gorgeous. With one knife, an extremely thick arm with a long knife as tall as a person flew up. One knife made a contribution. The Rhino Demon General was extremely terrified. This book was recently updated in Update. At the Wutang level, one knife cut off my arm. What if it was cut on my neck? The Rhino Demon General trembled with fear. So strong. My knife is even stronger because I changed to practice that technique. Sudang was shocked himself. The day before yesterday, when dealing with the Huangshan monster, the performance mode was turned on and the next strike did not completely cut off the body of the Huangshan monster. The body of the Huangshan monster is not as strong as this rhino monster. Sudang was worried that he could not kill the rhino monster with one strike, so he cut off one of its arms first to be conservative. One was extremely terrified, and the other was extremely surprised. Wutang level? Sudang did not have the guidance of the sages, and he had only heard about that realm. However, his strength burst under the performance mode, in terms of attack alone, should be about the same. If it is higher, that level is unreasonable. The Wutang level of one strike, the rhino monster was killed with one strike, and the rhino monster no longer had the heart to fight. Run. The rhino monster did not care about the pain of the broken arm. He turned around and ran away, and still kept his human form. There was no other way. He was originally a rhino monster. One arm was broken, and this arm was actually one of his front hooves. With one front hoof broken, now he turned into his original form and ran away, and it was difficult for him to even run. Black cloud technique. A talisman paper appeared out of thin air in the left hand of the rhino monster. He crushed the talisman paper and cast a spell. As a 500-year-old demon, he naturally had some means of saving his life. But a blade of light slashed from behind. The white blade of light was like a crescent moon, likely falling on his left arm, and his left arm also flew out, and he was still holding the talisman paper by inertia to cast a spell. No. The rhino demon general looked at the human behind him with a knife, and chasing him slowly. This rhino demon general was not good at speed. Sudan could catch up with him normally, not to mention turning on the performance mode at this moment. The rhino demon general stopped running, turned around and knelt down towards Sudan. His eyes were full of tears, and he knelt down and kowtowed. Master Fiayu, please. It's not easy for me to practice for 500 years. Please let me go. He begged for mercy in panic. 500 years of practice, cut off today. He was really unwilling. I'm willing to give you all the treasures on my body, and I'm willing to be your mount. 500 years of demon as a mount. Most immortal cultivators don't have this treatment. Sudan was not moved at all. In front of the rhino demon general's horrified eyes, the demon slaying sword with a white blade light slashed across his neck. This sword is for the brothers and companions who died on Black Wind Mountain. Sudan's voice was cold and low. When the rhino demon general, whose head was flying, heard this, his green eyes suddenly widened. Black Wind Mountain? He had been to Black Wind Mountain? A human who went up Black Wind Mountain and could still come down. Only the one from 5 years ago. You are the one from 5 years ago. This was the last thought of the rhino demon general. Plop. The rhino demon general's head fell to the ground, and his life was cut off. The 500-year-old demon died just like that. Chapter 14 Storage Bag. Wow. A breeze blew by, and the body of the rhino demon general changed into its original form, turning into a huge rhino body with missing legs and head. The skin of the whole rhino body was like rock, and it fell there, easily pressing a big hole in the ground. As for the previous human clothes, they were directly blown up, and some items fell to the side. Dead Sana, auntie, did you see it? The rhino demon general who scared us so much in the past is dead. I killed him with one knife. Sudan looked at the body of the rhino demon general on the ground. His body trembled slightly, and he muttered to himself, "Wait. One day, the old Black Wind demon will die." His eyes were slightly red. Although he said so, Sudan knew how difficult it was to kill the old Black Wind demon. In the mountains near the upper reaches of the Han River in the Tezhou Mountains, there is a mountain called Black Wind Mountain. On the Black Wind Mountain, a demon named Black Wind Demon King appeared. He truly dominated this mountain forest. Those who can be called the Demon Kings are at least old demons who have practiced for thousands of years, entrenched in the depths of the mountains, and wreaked havoc on the surroundings. The human court had also sent troops to clear out the demons, and even asked powerful immortal cultivators to take action. However, the Black Wind Demon King was very advanced, and ordinary immortal cultivators were no match for him. Secondly, after so many years of operation, the Black Wind Demon King had already built the Black Wind Mountain like an iron barrel. Since I became the head of the flying fish catcher, I have also read the files of the court on the Black Wind Demon. Not only is it powerful, but it is also extremely cunning. The court has launched dozens of large and small encirclements and suppressions over the past 500 years, and powerful immortal cultivators have also taken action. According to records, the closest time to success was when the immortal cultivators attacked the Black Wind Demon's lair. But they found that the Black Wind Cave was full of large formations. When the large formations were activated, even the army could not break in. Sudan knew that it was too difficult to kill the Black Wind Demon, and the court had no way to do it. Especially after that incident, the Black Wind Demon became more cautious. Even in his own lair, if something went wrong, he would turn around and run away, hiding in the depths of the mountains. The human army did not dare to go deep. Over time, hundreds of years passed. Now the people around here are accustomed to the existence of the Black Wind Demon. Occasionally, he would cause trouble, and they were even used to it, and could only blame themselves for their bad luck. Some villagers in villages far away from the county town even worshipped the old demon. That's what it means to live in darkness. The court mainly targets the monsters outside the country, which are the disaster of the country. In the eyes of the court, the Black Wind Demon is just a disaster to one side. The court manages the entire country, and what it is most worried about is the monsters that threaten the foundation of the country. A small Black Wind Demon. In the eyes of the court, it may be like a fly. It's just a bit annoying. But I'm different. I practice to kill the old Black Wind Demon. One day, I will take its blood to pay tribute to the heroic souls who died on Black Wind Mountain. Sudong's eyes were firm. He believed that one day, he would have enough strength to go to Black Wind Mountain and kill the old demon. He has practiced for thousands of years. Even if he is a demon, his potential should have been exhausted long ago. I'm different. I've only practiced for 3 years. Sudong was full of confidence. Don't despise the poor young. Reminiscing about the past was just a thought. Sudong then walked to the body of the rhino demon. He leaned over to pick up the items that fell on the ground. In fact, the items were very monotonous. In addition to the 3 iron rings, there was only a small cloth bag as big as a purse. But Sudong picked up the small cloth bag, as if it were a treasure. As expected of one of the 4 demon generals under the Black Wind Demon, he even has this storage bag. Sudong picked up the small cloth bag, checked it carefully, and made sure it was not damaged, and then carefully put it in his sleeve. The storage bag is different from the storage talisman. The storage talisman is a one-time item. It is gone after use, and the internal space is very small. It can only store some small items. The storage bag is different. The smallest storage bag has a space as big as a water tank, and it is more convenient to use. Earlier, Sudong saw the rhino monster pull out a large knife as tall as a person out of thin air, so he guessed that the monster had a storage bag with a large space. There was no rush to check the things inside. Sudong looked at the 3 iron rings again. The iron rings were not big, just like normal human bracelets, but thicker and black. Sudong leaned over to pick them up. But just as he touched the iron ring, he wanted to pick it up. Sudong's face changed. So heavy? Sudong was surprised, and he used his internal force to pick up the 3 iron rings on the ground. Wow, these 3 iron rings must weigh 200 or 300 pounds. Sudong looked at the iron rings in his hand. They were not big, but they were unusually heavy. Could it be a magic weapon of the immortals? Sudong thought to himself. The weight of this iron ring, if I infuse it with some internal force and spiritual power, and suddenly smash it out. He shuddered, afraid that even steel bones could not withstand such a smash. These 3 iron rings are not in the storage bag, but outside? Could it be that this rhino demon general is still planning to attack me, but I chopped off his arm with 2 knives, and he couldn't attack me by surprise? Sudong thought. He looked down at the rhino demon general's head that turned into a rhino and sneered. The latter probably died in frustration. Many methods were not used in time. Put it away. Sudong opened the storage bag in his sleeve and threw the 3 iron rings in. He felt that the storage bag sank slightly. After picking up the things, Sudong waved the long sword in his hand, and the demon slaying sword infused with internal force easily cut open the belly of the rhino demon general. A yellow demon pill as big as a child's fist mixed with blood rolled out. The demon pill of a 500-year-old demon. Sudong picked it up. This was the first 500-year-old monster he had killed. The demon pill of a 500-year-old monster. Good stuff. The demon pill is the essence and origin of monster. It is a treasure and no one would think too much of it. This rhino demon has another treasure on him. Sudong turned around. This book has been updated recently in @ update. He looked at the huge rhino head on the ground and saw that there was a sharp horn on the top of the nose of the head. The sharp horn looked like a metal hammer under the moonlight. This is the hardest part of this 500-year-old monster. It is the same as a magic weapon. Those immortal cultivators also want it. Sudong thought to himself. He swung the demon slaying knife and cut off the sharp horn and half of the rhino nose below. For immortal cultivators, half of their strength lies in Taoism and the other half lies in magic weapons. A powerful magic weapon is not easy to obtain. It often requires more materials to refine and nourish it. However, only immortals can refine and activate magic weapons. Sudong was useless. After solving all this, Sudong took out the red flame talisman and threw it on the body of the Rhino Demon General. Suddenly, red flames rolled. The flames were red, reflecting Sudong's face, but his eyes were extremely calm, watching the Rhino Demon General burn to ashes. The two followers and the girl in the distance also watched. Watching the red flames rise, it seemed that the hot blood in their chests also rose. Yang Ning, did you hear what the monster said at the end? 500 years. He has been practicing for 500 years. A follower almost trembled and said, well, 500 years, a 500-year-old demon. He was killed by the adults with one knife. The young man at the edge of the flames was like a god in their eyes at this moment. They didn't notice the girl behind them. Her eyes, which were originally empty and desperate, were shining in the red flames. Dead. The monster is dead. Monsters can die too. The monster even knelt down and begged for mercy. Does the monster know fear? Dad? Mom? Did you see that? The monster that ate you is dead. We humans killed it with one knife. There were tears in her eyes, but they were already bright. Monsters can be killed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Spirit Crystal. The fire was burning, and Sudong picked up a long sword on the ground that was as tall as a person. The long sword was crescent shaped, with a thick blade and a long handle. It looked huge overall. Such a long and wide sword, except for the rhino monster, is not suitable for others to use. The monster's weapon, take it to sell or melt it, Sudong thought to himself, but as soon as he picked it up and held it in his hand, the huge long sword suddenly changed. Swish. The originally long and wide blade changed as a whole, becoming slender and thin. The handle also became shorter and thinner. Sudong held it in his hand and felt that it was very handy. Magic weapon? Sudong looked at the long sword in his hand in surprise and was slightly surprised. The successful cultivators and monsters can refine magic weapons. The better the materials and the more advanced the refining techniques, the more powerful the magic weapons refined. Compared with some ordinary weapons, the magic weapons that have been specially refined are much more powerful. Unexpectedly, this long sword is also a magic weapon. Sudong showed a hint of joy on his face. He held the long sword in his hand and stroked the blade with his palm. The long sword seemed to have a spirit. It felt the touch of its master and made a slight sound of sword sound and trembled. Sudong saw at a glance that there were two words engraved on the slender blade. They were human words. Broken Tooth. The name of the sword was Broken Tooth. It was not made of steel, and it was extremely light in the hand, and it was effortless. Although this sword is a magic weapon, it does not require any immortal or monster magic to activate it. I can use it as soon as I hold it. It must not be made by the Rhino Monster General. Sudong thought to himself. Not all magic weapons require magic power to activate and use. Strictly speaking, his demon-slaying sword can also be regarded as a kind of magic weapon. It transcends the ranks of ordinary weapons and can break the body of monster. But my demon-slaying sword is far inferior to this tooth-breaking sword. The latter can be made in any size you like, and it is of high quality. I can perform sword skills with it. The speed is faster than ever before. As an expert in using swords, Sudong easily extended all kinds of ideas in his mind when he held it in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. That Rhino Demon General was at least one of the 4 demon generals under the command of the Black Wind Demon. He had practiced for 500 years, and the weapon in his hand was a magic weapon, which was not bad. Like the 3 demons of Huangshan, they didn't have any magic weapons in their hands. Most of the magic weapons were made by some demon kings or human immortals. Some big demons just robbed or bought the magic weapons that suited them to keep them company. That Rhino Demon General also used a sword and practiced for 500 years, but the magic weapon in his hand was also just obtained, and it cost a lot of money, but he died in the blink of an eye and fell into Sudong's hands. Sudan got a bargain. This sword will be my second sword in the future. Sudan put away the tooth-breaking sword and put it in the storage bag in his sleeve. A swordsman is destined to have many swords, waiting for the red flame to burn the body of the rhino monster to nothing but ashes. The monster completely disappeared from this world. Sudan turned around and returned to the road. My lord, you are really amazing. You just killed a monster that has been around for 500 years. The two followers looked at Sudan at this moment, no less than looking at an immortal. In their hearts, monsters are terrifying and invincible. Sudan killed them easily. With my lord here, why should we be afraid of monsters? The two followers were extremely impressed. Sudan chuckled and turned to warn, don't spread what happened today for the time being. This monster has a lot of history. If it is spread out, it may bring disaster to our village. Yes, we won't tell. Both nodded. It's just that others don't know that this monster was killed by my lord. They all felt that killing monsters is a great merit and people should know and be grateful. Moreover, if it is spread out, it will be Sudan's achievement and he can be promoted. Sudan shook his head. He naturally didn't care about those empty things. He looked at the girl behind the two followers. The girl looked at him with tears in her eyes, but she didn't dare to speak. But her eyes expressed everything. It was the young man in front of her who killed the monster that ate her parents. How should I repay him? The girl thought to herself. Sudan pulled a follower over and whispered a few words in his ear, and the follower looked at her. Okay, you to help this girl deal with the aftermath and go back to the account office to collect the reward. After saying that, Sudan smiled at her, then turned around and got on the horse and went to Yangji as Huang alone. Let's go, girl. The master asked us to help you bury your family. Which village are you from? The follower named Yangning turned around and smiled, looking at the girl with sympathy. The girl looked at the direction where Sudan left. Master, you call him master? Yes, Arpingan County's flying fish catcher, Master Sudan. Master Sudan. The girl murmured in her mouth, remembering the name firmly in her heart. Back to Zhuangzi. After saying hello to his adoptive father Yangan, Sudan went straight into his house, sat in the room, and took out the storage bag from his sleeve. This rhino demon general is really rich. He is the richest among all the monsters I have killed. So far, he has killed big monsters, but the richest among them is this rhino demon general. Not only does he have a storage bag, but he also has a magic longsword. Let me see if there are any other treasures. Sudan took the storage bag, and with a thought, the storage bag opened immediately. It was pitch black inside, and the space was not small. It was as big as half a room. But there were not many things in it. This book was recently updated in update. In addition to the 3 iron rings and the tooth-breaking knife, there was also a stack of gold leaves and a pile of silver ingots, some pearls and jade and other mundane things. These things were naturally accumulated slowly by the rhino demon general after he killed people. There are also demons walking in human society. Because of the high development of human society and the convenience of various services, almost all demons like to enjoy in human cities. And having enough money is also good for their cultivation. In the storage bag, next to a pile of property, there are also emerald green crystals neatly arranged. There are also spiritual crystals. 1, 2, 3, 9 spiritual crystals. This rhino demon general is really rich. Sudan's eyes lit up, and he smiled happily. He was very satisfied to see the pile of crystals. The big demons in Huangshan only had 3 spiritual crystals. With these 9, I now have 12 spiritual crystals. Spirit crystals are the product of spiritual power condensed into solids. Unlike spiritual essences, which are banned by the court, spirit crystals are widely circulated in the market. Because spirit crystals can only be used by cultivators. Of course, demons also use them. The court also purchases spirit crystals. Enough spirit crystals can even buy titles, magic weapons, and immortal fate. It can be imagined that the entire court is probably serving the cultivators. Immortal cultivators are the foundation of a country. Therefore, spirit crystals are very precious. Although Sudan only has 12 of them now, these 12 are the greatest wealth of Sudan. Let's not talk about anything else. Just take this storage bag as an example. If you buy it in the court or in the magic weapon store in the county city, it will only cost 2 spirit crystals. As for the magic weapon Broken Tooth, it is estimated to be worth only 1 spirit crystal. I don't know how long the rhino monster has accumulated these 9 spirit crystals. I'm afraid I can't bear to spend them. Fortunately, it can't bear to spend them. Sudang smiled and continued to look at other items. After scanning them, only 2 items caught his attention. With a thought in his mind, he took out both items. I saw a palm-sized iron token and a thin book falling on the table in front of Sudang. The token is the Demon General token of Black Wind Mountain. Sudang picked up the book first. He looked at the cover. It was a normal human font. In terms of skills and creativity, monsters are really not as good as humans. So many of them are learned from humans. Blood Shadow 3 slashes. HMM. Is it a sword technique? Sudang's eyes lit up when he saw the 4 big words on the cover. He was just missing a sword technique. Chapter 16 Blood Shadow 3 slashes. Sudang's face was full of happy smiles. I've really had a good luck recently. I'm so lucky. It's like a pillow is delivered to me when I'm sleepy. What I lack is everything else is secondary. I just lack a sword technique. Looking at the sword technique secret book in his hand, Sudang was extremely excited. So far, the only sword technique he practiced was taught by his adoptive father Yangan. It's called sword technique, but in fact it's some basics of using a sword, which is extremely simple. But it was based on this simple and rough sword technique. Sudang figured out his own sword technique. In the past, no one taught me, no secret book. I could only figure it out by myself. Facts have proved that my talent in sword technique is extremely high. Being able to practice sword energy with a rough sword technique by myself, this sword technique is naturally talented. But without experience and vision, it is destined that the foundation is not solid enough. Figure it out by yourself. I'm afraid you have to take countless teachers. Without sufficient accumulation, self-invention is a joke. It's great. I'm so lucky. I killed the Rhino Demon General. He also practiced sword. Just let me get this sword technique. Sudang happily opened the first page of the secret book in his hand. As soon as he opened it, a pitch black word blood that almost occupied an entire page came into Sudang's eyes. Although the font was black, Sudang seemed to smell a bloody smell coming towards him, and saw a long sword rolling in the sea of blood breaking through the waves. After a moment of distraction, Sudang was surprised and happy. This word can affect my mind. It is said that handwriting can best express ideas. Today I have finally experienced it. Containing the meaning of the sword in one word. This is the true high level of swordsmanship. Turn to the second page. I learned martial arts at the age of 5. Learned swordsmanship at the age of 13. Practiced swordsmanship day and night. And achieved success in swordsmanship at the age of 17. I have been in the martial arts world for decades. At the age of 50, I created a martial arts level swordsmanship, which I used to kill demons and demons without a single defeat. I only regret that time is ruthless. 30 years have passed in a hurry, and I can only leave my ambitions to future generations. Those who learn my swordsmanship must remember to kill more demons and demons, and don't let me down as a man. Swordsman, Guo Yun's last work. Kill demons and demons. Monsters are the nightmare of every era. In the long years, countless good men in the world have spent their lives fighting monsters. It is precisely because of such generations of human efforts, fighting, and killing that today's human beings can live peacefully in cities and have a piece of human territory. This senior Guo Yun created a martial arts level swordsmanship, and he never forgot to kill monsters until his death. Sudang admired him in his heart. Techniques are also divided into realms, and swordsmanship is also a kind of technique. Martial arts training is different from cultivating immortals. There are long years to practice and improve strength. For martial arts, in addition to relying on spiritual essence to improve the physique, the only way to improve combat power is technique. Relying on techniques, the meager energy in the body can be exerted 10 times or 100 times the power. Therefore, most of the life and time of warriors are spent on studying techniques, improving the level of techniques, and the strength is also extremely terrifying. and swordsmanship can be divided into several levels. The swordsmanship generally circulated in the rivers and lakes is the swordsmanship of the ordinary level, just like the swordsmanship taught by Yang and Sudong, which is simple and rough. The stronger ones are the famous swordsmanship, which can be used to roam freely in the martial arts world and make a name for oneself. It can be said that they are the top in the same level, but they can only roam freely in the mortal world and cannot go beyond the mortal level. The swordsmanship that can attract the attention of demons and immortals is really powerful, that is, the swordsmanship at the martial arts level. At the martial arts level, warriors practice martial arts and accumulate to a certain level, and their merits are perfect. They can control their whole body, condense their strength into rays, and fly with their ki. Ordinary big monsters dare not underestimate them. However, it is very difficult for ordinary warriors to reach the martial arts level. What should they do? Opportunities and spiritual essences are rare, so they should focus most of their energy on techniques and create techniques that can rapidly improve the combat power of ordinary warriors and reach the standards of the martial arts level. This is the swordsmanship at the martial arts level. Going up, there are also swordsmanship at the magical level, which are said to be extremely stunning and shocking. To put it simply, it is to rely on swordsmanship to greatly increase strength and fight across levels. Sudong flipped through the secret book in his hand. It was possible for the Rhino Demon General to learn it, so this martial arts level swordsmanship was naturally powerful. It's amazing. This Blood Shadow 3 slashes is not one move, but 3 moves. The 3 swordsmanships are named Blood Shadow, Blood Light, and Blood Cloak. Just flipping through it, Sudong was amazed. After seeing this swordsmanship, I realized how wrong and ridiculous my previous guesses about my swordsmanship were. Sudong shook his head and said secretly, the first sword, Blood Shadow, is also the swordsmanship that Senior Jiuo Yun is most proud of. This sword, although it is called a swordsmanship, is not about attacking. The core method of Blood Shadow style is to combine the human body and the sword into one. To achieve the state of unity between man and sword, the body follows the sword, and the body becomes the sword. What is pursued is the speed of the body. The most powerful thing about this sword is that it directly points to the state of unity between man and sword, and it is used above the speed of the body. It is unique and wonderful. The second knife is bloody. This knife is purely offensive and a knife that kills the enemy. Once the knife is out, it is either you or me. It is unstoppable and leaves no way back. It is simple, but extremely domineering. Speaking of martial arts level knife skills, this knife is the most powerful one. The third knife is Bloody Cloak. This knife is the most special. It was created by Senior Jiuo Yun in his later years. He fought all his life, but this knife he created in his later years is about defense. A swordsman fought all his life, but in his later years he devoted himself to defense. A knife is easy to use to kill the enemy, but using a knife for defense and blocking, that is a weakness. After all, a knife is not a shield. This third knife Bloody Cloak is a purely defensive knife method. This book has been updated recently in update. I have traveled all over the world, killing demons and monsters at will, and I have also caused a lot of trouble. It is all thanks to the third knife that I can save my life again and again. Jiuo Yun mentioned in the secret book. Sudong also took note of it. When fighting against an enemy, there are many variables, and you may fall into danger at any time. You can imagine how important a powerful self-defense method is. Like Sudong, he had never had a self-defense method before. After browsing it, the secret book also wrote at the end, Blood Shadow 3 slashes is a unique skill that I have created with my entire life. It cannot be practiced without outstanding talents. If you practice it without the key points, you will hurt yourself. If you can't reach the state of unity between man and sword in 1 year, you should give up practicing immediately. Remember, learning martial arts requires talent, and practicing swordsmanship is even more so. Some people are suitable for practicing swordsmanship, while some are suitable for practicing swordsmanship. Not only must they be suitable, but they must also be diligent and talented. Outstanding talent? Sudong chuckled. He closed the secret book in his hand, but his mind had already sunk into his Dantian. A prompt box appeared on the screen of the smartphone in his Dantian. The swordsmanship secret book has been detected. Do you want to download it? Download. Sudong gave an order. Download completed. Installing. Installation completed. Ding. Sudong's heart moved, and a set of sword techniques suddenly appeared in his mind. It was as if he had studied this sword technique for countless years, and it had merged with him, and become a part of his body. It's done. Sudong smiled. Others might have to spend a lot of time to study and figure out the sword technique, but he easily mastered it. And it was completely integrated into his heart, and he was proficient in it, and engraved it into his bones. But, just when Sudong was happy, the black iron token on the table suddenly trembled. Sudong looked over. An obscure voice came from the token. Leoniu, my second brother and I will rush to where you are in 3 hours. Then, we will bloodbath that human village and find the 3 monsters of Huangshan. The token sent a message, and the voice was full of cold murderous aura. When Sudong heard the word bloodbath in the token, his face suddenly turned cold, and he was shocked and angry. What shocked him was that the Rhino Monster General also notified Black Wind Mountain. What made him angry was that those monsters threatened to bloodbath his village. Come on, I'll use you to test my sword. Sudong's expression was cold and murderous. Chapter 17, Monkey General. Although he was extremely shocked and angry, Sudong was also confused. Looking for the 3 monsters of Huangshan? Is the Rhino Demon General looking for the 3 monsters of Huangshan? Sudong thought to himself. I originally thought that the Rhino Demon General would appear outside the village by chance, killing the villagers and causing trouble. It turns out that he was waiting for the 3 monsters of Huangshan. Of course he couldn't wait for the 3 monsters of Huangshan, because he died in my hands. It also died in my hands. Notified the Black Wind Demon, and sent 2 demon generals to come. Anyone who can be on good terms with the Rhino Demon General must also be a demon general. When the Yellow Mountain Great Demon was dying, he said that the Black Wind Demon would not let me go. The Black Wind Demon thought so highly of him? Sudong thought to himself, and shook his head slightly. Impossible. If they mobilized a large army, just for a small monster like him, there would be more than 1,000 monsters who took refuge in Black Wind Mountain. If they really cared about protection, wouldn't Black Wind Old Monster be exhausted to death? Besides, that Rhino Monster General is one of the 4 monster generals of Black Wind Mountain. He is willing to wait for the 3 monsters of Huangshan Mountain. The 3 monsters of Huangshan Mountain are not as good as him. Monsters are very strong. Only those with strong strength can have status and power. If they are weak, they can only be at the bottom. Unless there is something about the 3 monsters of Huangshan Mountain that makes Black Wind Old Monster pay great attention to it. What is it? Just as Sudong was wondering, a team of monsters with strange shapes and mixed smells were wading through the Han River upstream dozens of miles away from Yangjiazhuang. They all had hideous faces and were full of murderous intent. At the front of the monster team were 2 monster leaders wearing human general armor. One had a wolf head and a human body, with a broad back and a hunched back. His wolf eyes looked around and exuded an amazing evil spirit. Among this group of monsters, his evil spirit was the strongest. Next to him was a monkey head with fangs protruding outwards. He was extremely tall and strong, carrying a huge hammer on his shoulder. His eyes were faintly covered with a layer of blood, and his expression seemed extremely bloodthirsty. These 2 monsters were 2 of the 4 great monster generals under the command of the Black Wind Old Monster, 1 wolf monster general, and 1 monkey monster general. In terms of evil spirit, the wolf monster general was stronger, but in terms of terrifying strength, the monkey monster general was more terrifying. Monkeys are primates, and with the gathering of the essence of the sun and the moon, it is easy to learn magic techniques after practicing to become a monster, and the combat power is amazing. Brother Monkey, Old Cow hasn't responded to the message for such a long time. It's not like this normally. The Wolf Demon General automatically took a step behind the Monkey Demon General and looked at the Monkey Demon General in front of him. Why bother so much? How much risk can a small human village have? Even if there are immortal cultivators, we are not afraid of Black Wind Mountain. The Monkey Demon General didn't care at all. It didn't matter to him whether the Rhino Demon General sent a message or not. I'm afraid it's a trap. The treasure is extremely important to the king. I know, otherwise I wouldn't have sent me. The Monkey Demon General was extremely confident. Since I'm taking action, all enemies, whether they are immortal cultivators or other monsters, must die, and all the treasures that the king wants will be brought back. The wolf demon general said no more, but his wolf eyes full of murderous Sora subconsciously looked at the sledgehammer on the monkey demon general's shoulder. Yes, Master Wolf, don't worry. Even in the past, Master Monkey would easily capture any treasure when he showed up. Moreover, now that he has obtained the magic weapon Golden Hammer, Master Monkey's strength has greatly increased. Who can be his opponent? A short middle-aged man with a rat-like face praised the two men. I also hope there are some powerful characters that would be interesting. It's agreed that you should not interfere when there are masters later. The monkey demon general sneered, strode forward, and walked forward. The wolf demon general's eyes showed a murderous light. Whether they are immortals or not, they should die. When the time comes, not a single human village will be left with pigs or dogs. That's right. The middle-aged man echoed. A group of monsters crossed mountains and ridges and quickly rushed towards Yang Jiazhuang. During the day, Yang Jiazhuang was still very peaceful. In Sudong's mansion, Yang Yuxiu also made delicious cakes to honor old Master Yang. Of course, Sudong was also eating cakes in the hall. My brother sent me a letter asking me to thank Big Brother Su. Thanks to Big Brother Su, we were able to escape danger this time. Yang Yuxiu looked at Sudong sweetly. You can't do it once, but you can't do it twice. Although wealth and honor are sought in danger, it's better not to do the same business for the second time, Brother Yachin. Sudong shook his head and said, yes, I have advised you, brother. Yang Yuxiu smiled and nodded. But suddenly, there was a vibration in Sudong's Dantian, and his eyes froze. Here it comes. The disaster came, but this time it was not Yang Yuxiu's disaster, but the disaster of the entire Yang Jiazhuang, including him. This time, it was a demon team. But Sudong only froze his eyes slightly. His face was still calm and smiling. In the woods outside Yang Jiazhuang, hundreds of demons were lurking in it. Hundreds of demons' eyes were staring at the quiet manor in front. I really don't see Leo Niu. I can still smell Leo Niu's scent here. Leo Niu has been here. What about now? The scent is almost gone. Wait until night. Everyone in this village will die. The wolf demon general's eyes were fierce and expectant. Now it was the monkey demon general who was the calmest. In a blink of an eye, night fell. When the night completely enveloped the earth, the whole forest was filled with terrible and tyrannical demonic energy. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. Get ready. Go in, kill them all, and eat them all. Kill. Many monsters were ferocious and ready to move. Finally, the monkey demon general in the front moved, and when he moved, many monsters really dared to move. I hope the master is in that village. The monkey demon general expected in his heart. He stepped out, followed by the wolf demon general. Many monsters followed, but he just took a step, and his burly body stopped. As soon as he stopped, many monsters looked over in confusion, only to see the monkey demon general's ape head with a pair of blood-red eyes staring ahead in astonishment. The wolf demon general was also stunned. Following the monkey demon general's gaze, he looked ahead. At the edge of the woods, on a big tree, there was a figure holding a knife, standing quietly on a branch. Looking here, the figure was wearing a black outfit, with a black scarf covering his face. The pair of eyes exposed on the black scarf were extremely cold. Immortal cultivator? Be careful. All the monsters noticed the figure, and were a little flustered. A human. Kill him. The wolf demon general's wolf eyes were full of killing, and he snorted coldly. As he finished speaking, two figures rushed out of the demon team, two little demons, and rushed towards the figure on the tree in front at the same time. Puff. A blood-red knife light flashed, and they didn't see the figure in front of them draw the knife clearly. There was a bloody smell in the forest, and the two little demons didn't have time to make a sound. The head left the body, and fell to the ground with a look of horror. Two monsters, dead. The many monsters who were still ready to move were all stunned. This knife. I didn't even see him swing the knife clearly. The wolf monster general's face changed drastically. He had been staring at the knife in the hand of the man in front of him, but he didn't see the knife come out. Only the monkey monster general smiled. Good, really good. The man and the knife are one. Without the knife energy alone can condense the knife light. He is not a cultivator, but he is a master. The monkey monster general was very excited. Where are the old cow and the 3 monsters of Huangshan now? He laughed. Dead. A voice came from the front. The voice was as cold as a knife. The monkey monster general and the wolf monster general were choked. Dead. They monsters also have emotions, relatives, and friends. Like the wolf monster general and the monkey monster general, who have stayed on the Blackwind Mountain with the rhino monster general for hundreds of years, they usually call each other brothers. The 3 monsters of Huangshan died. It didn't matter, but the rhino monster died. Leave this human to me. You go and massacre the village, leaving no one alive, and burying them with the old cow. The monkey monster said coldly. But as soon as a monster rushed out, a knife light came. The blood-colored knife light was extremely strange, and it cut across the little monster's neck. Chapter 18 Blood. Blood. The blood-red knife light came and went without a trace, without any signs, but it was so fast that the little monsters had no time to dodge when they saw it. Their monster bodies were not strong, so they were easily killed by a single knife. This human is so powerful, killing us is like killing chickens. Is that knife light a magic weapon? Or a Taoist magic? It's so scary. I don't want to die yet. There were hundreds of little monsters, some strong and some weak, but most of them were very weak. These monsters gathered on the Blackwind Mountain and gathered together for shelter. It's okay to bully and kill some ordinary humans at ordinary times, but if they are asked to face the danger of death and kill, none of them are willing. From ordinary beasts to monsters, it is not easy to become a monster, and everyone has a long life to enjoy. Who can be willing to die? Sudong looked at the frightened little monsters and felt a little relieved. I'm really afraid they will rush into the village. If that happens, it will be really bad. It's not that I don't want to alert the county. The county needs rules to mobilize the formation, the flying fish catcher and the army. Sudong was helpless. To put it bluntly, the court has always been mainly responsible for cleaning up the aftermath when dealing with monsters. If you really rely on them, you can't rely on them at the critical moment. I can only rely on myself. Fortunately, I have entered the realm of unity between man and sword. This unity between man and sword is so wonderful that I can control the surroundings within this range. As soon as I think about it, the sword energy can appear anywhere at any time. Of course, this is related to the strong internal strength that Sudong himself possesses. The combination of the two makes it possible for such an explosion. Once it exploded, the little monsters were frightened. But it couldn't scare the monkey demon general. Human, let me meet you. I hope you won't let me down. The monkey demon general roared, and then his body shook violently. His already tall and sturdy body suddenly swelled again. His upper body burst through the armor, revealing his strong muscles and fangs. In the blink of an eye, the monkey demon general became taller than the surrounding trees, exuding a terrifying and fierce demonic aura. His arms were extremely thick, his chest was extremely thick, and his whole body was covered with black hair. He held a pair of gilded hammers in his hands, and there was a faint flash of wind and thunder on the hammerheads. The pair of blood-red eyes also looked at Sudong horribly. The corners of his mouth cracked hideously, revealing fangs. Human, you can run away now. Haha. But you can't run away. I will smash you into minced meat. Bang. The monkey demon general took a step. The air exploded, with black wind. A pair of hammers flashing with lightning, like 2 rounds of lightning, violently rushed towards Sudong. He was originally a monkey demon, born to love to roam in the mountains and jungles, and his instinct is good at speed. Now he burst out, like a violent storm. So fast. Sudong's pupils shrank. This speed is too scary. He really can't escape. While Sudong was frightened, he touched the branch with his toes, but his body rushed forward. Since I'm blocking here, I can't take a step back. There's Zhuangzi behind me. If I want to scare these monsters, I have to scare them head on. He can't retreat. Head on. The wolf demon saw that the human was still actively rushing towards the monkey demon, and he couldn't help but grin. The human was dissatisfied that he didn't die fast enough. The 4 demon generals of Blackwind Mountain. The eldest snake demon general is lustful. The second monkey demon general is warlike. The third wolf demon general is good at killing, and the old dead rhino demon general is delicious. Among the 4 demon generals, the eldest snake demon general is the one with strange means and gloomy thoughts, but in terms of pure frontal combat power, the strongest is the monkey demon general. Dead, that human is dead, daring to confront the second master head on. Hiding behind the wolf demon general, the rat-faced middle-aged man smiled coquettishly. Many demons were eager to see that human beings mashed into a meat pie by their second master. Sudong was in midair, without any leverage. The knife in his hand was slender and shining with cold light. The tip of the knife was facing forward, and a little blood light appeared on his body. Then it was completely wrapped. At this moment, Sudong's body in midair seemed to have turned into a long knife shining with blood. The long knife crossed the sky and moved forward, blood shadow style. Man and knife became one, controlling the air. Swish. The monkey demon general was fast, and the air wave burst when he rushed over. Sudong was also fast, but only a slight sound of breaking wind could be heard. The two collided. Whoever stands in my way will die. The monkey demon general moved forward, but when his hammer touched the tip of Sudong's knife, bang! When the knife light and the giant hammer collided, the airwaves rolled out with the two people as a center, shattering the trees around them, and even scraping off a layer of ground. But it was not as one-sided as imagined. The monkey demon general was the most uncomfortable. He instinctively hit a nail with his hammer. The nail was extremely hard, and it made him uncomfortable. He was uncomfortable, and Sudong was not comfortable either. He felt that his whole body was about to fall apart, and his internal organs were trembling. He felt a little black in front of his eyes. So strong. If it weren't for my unity of man and sword, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take a hammer. The unity of man and sword is a great realm of sword training, with infinite magical uses. But he was almost blown up by the monkey demon general's hammer. The power gap is too big. In such a head-on confrontation, the monkey demon general's hammer was ineffective. Sudong landed, his feet stepped on the ground, and he didn't take a step back. However, many monsters such as the wolf demon general stared at the human with wide eyes. Compared to the 2-story tall monkey demon general, the human figure was like a dwarf, but there was a terrible power in that body. You blocked the hammer of the second brother? The wolf demon general was unbelievable. He often sparred with the monkey demon general, and had a deep understanding of how terrible it was when the latter's pair of gilded hammers were swung. That human actually blocked it? How terrible was that knife? The hair on the wolf demon's neck stood up. He was afraid that he could not withstand a single knife. Old Niu died in the hands of this human. It's not unfair. Monsters are the most respectful of the strong. There is no other monster who can face the monkey demon general head on, except the old black wind demon on the Black Wind Mountain. The monkey demon himself was amazed at the little figure in front of him. Your knife, the knife energy is so condensed. I have seen the combination of man and knife, but it is not so strong. But you are not a cultivator. The monkey demon general was surprised. Is the knife in your hand a magic weapon? Or did you eat some spiritual essence? He only believed that Sudong was relying on external objects. Magical weapons can enhance strength, and spiritual essence can make people reborn. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. You are too weak. Sudong sneered. The monkey demon general was immediately anxious. He didn't care about anything, but he couldn't listen to others saying he was weak. I will smash you into a meat pie. Boom. The monkey demon general smashed the giant hammer, and the wind and thunder surged. The attack was extremely fierce, and fell directly on Sudong's head. Sudong didn't hide either, but there was expectation in his eyes. Come on. He swung the knife, and the knife light was like blood. In an instant, a blood-red knife curtain formed in front of him. The knife curtain was hazy, completely covering Sudong behind him. Blood cloak. Boom. Easily blocked the monkey demon general's hammer. The monkey demon general intuitively released all the demon power on the hammer. It was like a hammer hitting the air, weak and unsupported. What kind of knife technique is this? The monkey demon general was very uncomfortable. Sudong's eyes showed joy. I blocked it. It was blocked very easily. This is too easy. Sudong was surprised and happy. The blood cloak's knife is about defense, but defense also has different effects. I feel that the monkey demon will hit it with a hammer, and 90% of the force of that hammer was blocked and reduced, leaving only the last layer of strength to penetrate, and I can easily withstand it. Sudong was pleasantly surprised. This blood cloak gave him a big surprise. No, take another hammer from me. The monkey demon general couldn't believe it. He was a big demon who had practiced for 500 years, and was extremely good at fighting. He hit it with all his strength, but he couldn't even break the knife light of the human in front of him. What a joke. Crazy. The monkey demon general madly hammered Sudong one hammer after another. But Sudong maintained the blood-colored knife light of the blood cloak and remained calm. This scene shocked the surrounding little demons. Watching their own monkey second master hammering again and again, he just couldn't do anything to that human. Suddenly, when the monkey demon general was about to attack, Sudong's eyes were cold, and he swung his sword. You also take my sword. The blood-red blade light on the slender tooth-breaking knife gathered and swallowed, and he slashed from top to bottom. The blood-red blade light was like a crescent moon, instantly cutting through the night sky. Bloodlight. Wutong's sword technique. Bloodlight. The monkey demon general who was still attacking frantically suddenly panicked when he saw the sword light. The moment he saw the sword light, he knew that this sword could take his life. I fell into the trap. This is the strength of this human. This is the sword he really brewed. He panicked before the sword light arrived. Chapter 19 Rat Demon. Block it. I must block it. My gilded hammer is a magic weapon, and my demon body is also a demon general level. The monkey demon general hurriedly put away his hammer, wanting to block the knife, and hoping that his demon body could withstand it. The knife arrived. Unlike his hammer method, that went straight back and forth, the knife light cleverly avoided his hammer. There was no collision between the two, and with a clever move, the knife light that looked like a bloody crescent moon fell on the shoulder of the monkey demon general holding the gilded hammer. Puff. A flash of blood. A thick right arm holding the hammer suddenly flew up. Ah. The monkey demon general cried out in pain, both physically and mentally. The pain of the broken arm was okay, but the most painful thing was the gilded hammer magic weapon. My gilded hammer. He watched the broken arm fly up. The tightly held hammer also separated from the palm and fell, just falling into the hands of a human. Compared with the human, the hammer was like a thick tree, but it fell into the hands of the human, and was easily caught. It's gone. My gilded hammer is gone. The heart of the monkey demon general was broken. The magic weapon fell into the hands of that human. Unless that human died, how could he return it to him? Swish. Sudong's knife light shone again. This time the monkey demon general was prepared. His huge body retreated violently in an instant, and retreated madly behind him. Wow. While retreating, the huge body shrank. Soon it became a normal size, but it was still much more burly than Sudong. Sudong's knife gathered bloodlight, but he didn't swing it out. You escaped so fast. Sudong looked at the retreating monkey demon general, and knew that he couldn't hurt the latter, even if he swung his knife. But he was already very satisfied in his heart. The martial arts level swordsmanship is indeed the martial arts level swordsmanship. In terms of power alone, this knife is stronger than my simple activation performance mode. Sudong thought to himself. The simple activation performance mode also cut off one arm of the rhino demon general with one knife, and the bloodlight knife cut off one arm of the monkey demon general with one knife. Compared with the two, the power is not much different. If I use this knife in the performance mode, Sudong thought to himself, and he became more excited and even eager when he looked at the monkey demon general. He wanted to try the knife, but the monkey demon general was shocked by his stare. My gilded hammer can't be returned unless this human dies. But who can kill him? Go quickly. I can't do anything to this human, even if I try my best, but he can seriously injure me with one knife. Although I was careless, it's also very scary. The monkey demon general retreated immediately. He retreated to the outside of the forest first. He has been a demon for 500 years and is aggressive. If he didn't know which enemies he can provoke, and which enemies he can't provoke, he would have died long ago. This human can't be provoked. A group of monsters looked at each other and followed closely. Although the wolf demon general was unwilling, he followed. Monster, you are running away now? Don't want your hammer? Come, take another knife from me. Take it and I will give you your hammer. Sudong said with a smile. Take another knife. The monkey demon wanted to take back his magic hammer, but when he heard this, he felt a chill on his back for no reason. He felt death approaching. He ran faster. This must be a trap. This human is behind this. It must be the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court gave him spiritual essence and magic weapons. A mortal, not even a cultivator, is so strong. The monkey demon muttered in his heart without looking back. The other monsters were even more frightened. Even the warlike monkey second master was so afraid. How terrible was that human? Who could be their opponent? Run. 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 That human needs to use all his strength to deal with second master, but it only takes a flash of sword to kill us. Among the monsters, the fastest one was a short middle-aged man with a rat-like face. He was now running away with his head in his hands. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "You rat demon! Stay with me!" Puff! A bloody sword suddenly slashed from behind, passed over the heads of many monsters, and fell directly in front of the middle-aged man, just blocking his way. "Looking for me? Why me?" The rat demon panicked. Turning around, he saw a human with a knife coming towards him. The blood-red blade flickered on the long knife, which made his scalp numb. Why did he look for him instead of anyone else? "Master Monkey, help me. Master Wolf, help me." The rat demon hurriedly asked for help, but the monkey demon general and the wolf demon general didn't even look at him. Does that human know that rat? The wolf demon general was moved. This human didn't look for anyone else but that rat. But he didn't have time to think about it and just ran away in a hurry. "It's over. My magic weapon is gone, and the king's treasure is gone." The monkey demon general ignored the rat demon's call for help. "Rat demon, that human strongman is looking for you." When a dog demon passed by the middle-aged rat demon, he pushed him hard and pushed him towards Sudang. The dog is trying to catch the rat, and it's nosy. This group of monsters, there is no affection at all. This rat monster itself is weak, just the level of an ordinary little monster, but it is naturally charming and intelligent, so it usually follows the demon generals of Blackwind Mountain, pretending to be powerful, and is very arrogant. On weekdays, many monsters have suffered from him. Now retribution has come. That human strongman. Don't look for anyone else, just look for him. Asshole. This book has been updated recently in #@. Update. The rat monster saw that it was hopeless to ask for help. He wanted to burrow into the ground and escape far away, but then he was pushed. This push was like following the trend. Everyone pushed him. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and when the wall falls, everyone pushes it. The rat monster only then truly understood the meaning of this sentence. It didn't need to say that it escaped, but was pushed alive in front of Sudang by its companions. Sudang was stunned, looking at the rat monster being pushed in front of him. This group of monsters, really? Sudang was speechless. It was easy to scare these little monsters with his own strength, but it was impossible to kill them all. In a hurry, he forced them to rush to the village. Sudang felt that it was not worth it to kill one person. So he was too lazy to chase and kill them, and only dealt with this rat monster. Sir, please spare my life. I'm just a little monster. I just awakened my spiritual wisdom, and was forced to join the group of monsters in Blackwind Mountain. I'm a vegetarian. I have never eaten human flesh. I have never killed anyone. The rat monster did not run away, but knelt directly in front of Sudang. He kowtowed and begged for mercy. This human sounds very young. If I beg for mercy, he might be soft-hearted and let me go. Just became a monster? Sudang's eyes flashed with cold light. Other monsters are secondary, but he must kill this rat monster. On Blackwind Mountain, if you want to say which monster is the most hateful, this rat monster is the most hateful. Other monsters eat people. Killing people is very enjoyable, but this rat demon is different. He specifically gives those demon generals and the Blackwind demon ideas and advice on how to torture humans to death. The death is horrible. Do you still want to deceive him now? Okay, I don't think you are a bad demon. Your strength is very weak. As long as you are kind-hearted, there are good demons in this world who practice longevity. Sudang said in a low voice without any ripples. You won't kill me? Do you really believe it? The rat demon was ecstatic when he heard it. He turned his head and glanced at the group of demons who had escaped from the woods, sneering. A bunch of idiots. Go ahead. Go back again. The Black Wind Demon might get angry and kill you all. I'm different. This is my chance. Follow this human and serve him well, and life will be better. It thought in its heart. But it said, that's right, that's right. I'm willing to follow you. You are kind-hearted, and I will fight against demons and defend the way. I'm also good at identifying treasures. No treasure can escape my eyes. It tried to show off its role. Let me ask you, why does the old demon Hefeng care so much about the 3 demons of Huangshan? Sudong asked directly, but his eyes looked away. He couldn't hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Fortunately, the rat demon didn't dare to look up at him. Ah, I know that. The 3 demons of Huangshan were originally big demons under the command of the Dragon King of Mians. This time, they came to my family. Ah, it was the old demon Hefeng who made a deal with the Dragon King and exchanged a treasure from him. The 3 demons of Huangshan came to escort the treasure. What treasure? Sudong asked. It was really for the treasure. But he had seen all the things of the 3 demons of Huangshan. There was only a secret book in the storage talisman. Although it was in the font of the demon clan, it was just a method of human key refining. This little demon doesn't know. Even the 4 demon generals don't know. If they know, the little demon will know too. The rat demon said. Oh. Sudong nodded and then swung the long knife in his hand. Puff. The rat demon still lowered his head, and his neck hurt, and his head fell to the ground with a plop, his eyes full of fear and anger. Not going to kill him. Not going to kill him. Bang. Sudong raised his foot. He stepped hard on the rat demon's head that had turned into a rat. The rat head, which was as big as a bowl, was directly crushed. Die. Chapter 20 Black Wind Mountain. If the rat demon is not killed, it will be difficult to calm Sudong's anger. Die. There are indeed some demons in this world who are dedicated to goodness and cultivating immortality, but they have nothing to do with you. Sudong collected the demon pill of the dead little demon in the forest and put the monkey demon's magic weapon, the gilded hammer, into the storage bag. Fortunately, the space in the storage bag was large enough for the rhinoceros. In terms of weight, the monkey demon's magic weapon, the gilded hammer, weighed 1,000 pounds. I'm one with the sword, and I control the strength in my body. As long as I use this realm, I can make it look light. The unity of man and sword is a great realm of swordsmanship. Even if it is not as good as the martial arts level of controlling the whole body, it is not far behind. To reach the level of Wutong, the internal force must be liquefied, and the 3 flowers of the warrior must be gathered in the Dantian. Only then can you enter. Wutong, control the whole body, can control the ki, can compete with immortals. The years of martial arts training are so short. Without the support of spiritual essence, want to break through the Wutong level in the prime of life. It is almost impossible. Those who practice martial arts are more eager for spiritual essence than anyone else, and it is not ordinary spiritual essence, which can increase the power of several generations. But martial artists are weak, just ordinary people, and the control of spiritual essence is mostly in the hands of the court, and the court serves the immortals. Sudong sighed in his heart. The way for martial artists to obtain spiritual essence from legitimate channels is either to have great merits and be rewarded by the court, or to be granted by the sect after joining the immortal sect, or they are lucky enough to find a spiritual essence by themselves. That spiritual essence must increase the power of several generations. Under normal circumstances, the court and the sects will not spend too many resources on warriors, because most of the accomplished warriors have exhausted their physical potential. Even if they invest in spiritual essence, they will not live long. They just gave spiritual essence to their strength, and within a few days, they died. That's a loss. And most importantly, in the eyes of the big forces, the status of warriors is too low. The real foundation of the court and the sects is the immortal cultivators. The powerful immortal cultivators have a long life, and are very skilled. How can the warriors compare? The good spiritual essence is more needed by the immortal cultivators. If they are not enough, how can they give it to the warriors? I'm 20 years old, and I have become one with the sword. I'm afraid that I will not be in the eyes of the court. What the court cares about is the immortal cultivators. Sudong sighed softly. Should I try to find a chance to be an immortal? If I want to find a chance to be an immortal, I can't join those big sects. Besides, the chance to be an immortal is not something that can be found just by looking for it. The immortal cultivators pay the most attention to the aptitude of understanding, and it is best to start cultivating immortals at a young age. He is already 21 years old, and he has long passed the age of cultivating immortals. The chance is slim. Even if there is no immortal Fade Spirit essence, according to my current speed of power growth, in another 10 years, I can always turn my internal force into liquid, and the liquid will give birth to 3 flowers. The state of 3 flowers is martial unity. 10 years, he is only 30 years old. Don't rush, take it one step at a time. Sudong's mentality is still very peaceful. After all, he is still young. He is very young, and his cultivation path has just begun. The future is promising. Who can predict what will happen in the future? He is not in a hurry, but others are. In the Blackwind Mountain surrounded by the Hun River, deep in the mountains, there is a cave. The cave is continuous and magnificent, and there are pavilions and towers built inside. There are people and monsters in it, and most of the people are beauties. It's like a fairyland. Here is the cave of the 1000-year-old Demon King, the Blackwind Old Demon, who has been entrenched in the Blackwind Mountain for thousands of years, and has been a disaster. There are countless monsters who have surrendered to the Blackwind Old Demon and gathered here. There are also countless humans here, building towers and serving monsters, and beauties even give birth to children for monsters. For monsters, this place is like paradise, but for humans, this place is hell. From the moment they come in, they are destined to be eaten. Even if they are temporarily used, they will eventually be eaten. The Blackwind Demon is entrenched in the cave. The cave has everything. If there is nothing, he can ask his monsters to go out and look for it. He usually does not leave the cave. The Blackwind Demon is always surrounded by black mist, looking like a ball of black wind. The cave is like a palace, and there is a throne on it. The Blackwind Demon is sitting on the throne at this moment. The black mist covers his whole body. Although his face cannot be seen clearly, he exudes a cold breath from head to toe. The beauties and monster followers serving beside him are trembling with fear. They know that the Demon King is in a bad mood at the moment. Wow. The Blackwind Demon suddenly looked forward, and the black mist surged and swept across the front. The black mist condensed in front and did not disperse, forming a black water mist like a mirror. Brother Gyro, you finally contacted me. How is it? Is the locking cloud chain working well? A gloomy voice came from the black fog. The old demon Blackwine said coldly. A ferocious and terrifying black dragon condensed on the black mist in front of him. The dragon had 2 claws under its ribs and a single horn on its head. It was full of demonic energy and was obviously a big demon at the level of a Demon King. Upon hearing this, the bloody mouth on the dragon's scary head cracked open, revealing a ferocious smile, and said, "It is worthy of being a magic weapon refined by the immortal cultivators of the Xianxio sect, the top sect of mankind. It is really extraordinary. I'm very satisfied. Very satisfied." Humph. The old demon Blackwine snorted coldly. "You are satisfied, but I'm not. The 3 Huangshan demons you arranged to deliver the classics have not arrived today. The Rhino Demon General I sent said that the 3 brothers were delayed on the way and entered the human village. Now, there is no news at all." He was very angry. He was waiting at home to receive the goods, but the goods have not arrived yet. Oh, is there such a thing? The big dragon was not in a hurry at all. Those 3 little demons dared to be so negligent. They really deserve to be killed. How about this? When they go to your Blackwind Mountain, you can just eat them directly. I'm afraid they can't come to my Blackwind Mountain. The old Blackwind demon was in a gloomy mood. Then there's nothing I can do. It's none of my business. I'm going to test my magic weapon tricks. The big dragon laughed, and then the picture disappeared, and the black mist dissipated. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. Over there, the ferocious and terrifying big dragon was entrenched there, with 2 claws under its ribs, one of which was holding a long silver chain. The chain was shining with a faint treasure light. That old black-wined monster is really willing to exchange this earth-level magic weapon for a book. Although that book is a collection of my royal family, it records the human key refining method, not the Taoism of cultivating immortals. It is only a part. I remember that, when the family was divided, my 3 brothers each took a copy. Mian's Jialang has always been very puzzled. He is suspicious by nature and wonders if there is any secret in the book that is worth the Black Wind monster spending such a huge price to exchange. That Black Wind has only risen rapidly in the past 700 years. I remember that when I saw him 1,000 years ago, he showed his true form. Now, he has been surrounded by black fog and even treats me like this. This old monster is very cunning. It would be better if the book is lost. Humph. He was happy after losing it. He was happy, but the Black Wind monster was extremely angry. A Earth level magic weapon. Just for this book, if the rumors are correct, that is the great opportunity for me to truly rise. I must get it back. I must. The Black Wind monster waited anxiously. Once he waited, it was a day and a night. One day and one night, the Monkey Demon General and the Wolf Demon General returned with many monsters. But when they came back, the Black Wind Demon saw the miserable appearance of the Monkey Demon General. Even one of his arms was broken. The favorite magic weapon, the Gilded Hammer, was also missing. The Black Wind Demon's heart sank immediately. Sure enough, as soon as the Monkey Demon General came in, he shouted, "My king, it's bad. The old cow is dead, and the 3 monsters of Huangshan are also dead. Your treasures are not brought back." The Black Wind Demon was extremely angry. "Dead? All dead? What happened to your arm?" "I don't know where a human appeared. The human was too strong and had a powerful magic weapon in his hand. I fought with him, but I couldn't do anything to him. He slashed my arm with a knife, and even my magic weapon was gone." The Monkey Demon General cried. That was the most precious magic weapon he had just obtained. Human, a cultivator? The Black Wind Demon was shocked. He was extremely cautious by nature. Could it be that he was specially sent to deal with him? No, he's not an immortal cultivator, but an ordinary person, but he's very good at swordsmanship. The Monkey Demon General said. Ordinary? The Black Wind Old Demon was really shocked. He ignored the Monkey Demon General's crying, but was shocked by the human. The ordinary person hurt the Monkey Demon General. At the level of martial arts? Did you see the human's appearance clearly? The Black Wind Old Demon asked. No, the human was masked, so I couldn't see clearly. And he was masked. It's hard to estimate where he came from. Should I take action? No. What if it's a trap set by the court? The Black Wind Old Demon was thinking about a lot of things, but the Monkey Demon General was full of grievances and resentment. My arm is broken, and I need to eat spiritual essence to grow it again. The magic weapon is lost. But it's all for the king, and the king doesn't even pay attention to me. Chapter 21 Barbecue. Just wait. Whether it's a trap set by the Imperial Court or not, my things are not so easy to take. The old Black Wind Demon on the throne said gloomily. Then, he looked at the Monkey Demon General below with his cold eyes in the black fog. With a wave of his hand, a pair of Ganoderma lucidum shining with precious light floated out of the black fog and landed in front of the Monkey Demon General. You can eat this spiritual essence to nourish your body. As for the lost magic weapon, your magic weapon will naturally return when my treasure comes back. The Black Wind Demon King said coldly. The Monkey Demon General was overjoyed and took the pair of Ganoderma lucidum. A smile appeared on his face. Thank you, your majesty. As for the magic weapon, the Monkey Demon General didn't dare to think about it. The king had lost his treasure. If he wanted the magic weapon again, wouldn't that be courting death? The old Black Wind Demon looked at the joy on the face of the Monkey Demon General, and his face became even colder in the black fog. Bring a few beauties here. I want to enjoy them. You can leave. The voice of the old Black Wind Demon came out. Yes. The Monkey Demon General bowed and left. After they left, several human girls with faces full of fear and despair walked into the cave. When the Wolf Demon General saw them, they drooled. However, these were all the king's rations, and they dared not touch them. Time passed quickly, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, in front of Yang's mansion, Yang Yuchen and 2 servants were standing in front of the door waiting. Yang Yuchen's face was still worried and anxious. After a while, a beautiful figure walked out of Yang's mansion, with a helpless expression on her pretty face, and walked to Yang Yuchen unwillingly. How is it, sister? Have you seen Brother Sudang? Yang Yuchen hurriedly stepped forward and asked. No. Yang Yuxia waved her hand. Didn't see. You didn't see it? This Sudang, what is Lord Su busy with? Yang Yuchen said anxiously. Brother Sudang is the head of the flying fish catchers, so he must be busy killing monsters. The old man said that there seemed to be monsters in Bizayan village, and several people were injured. Brother Sudang killed monsters in the past. Yang Yuxiu's pretty face was full of admiration, and she said softly, killing monsters and keeping the area safe. In Yang Yuxiu's heart, this is what a real good man should do. In her heart, Sudang is a great hero. He is much better than her brother, a businessman who always relies on connections to make friends. Killing monsters? Why are there so many monsters in this world recently? Yang Yuchen was panicked when he heard it. With so many monsters rampant, if I don't have Sudang's help, this big order will fail, and I may even die. No, I must ask him. I must ask him. He is soft-hearted, and it's just a matter of moving his fingers. Yang Yuchen calculated and looked at his sister Yang Yuxiu. Looking at his sister's pretty face, he smiled. Even if it's for my sister's sake, you will definitely help me. Bizayan village is several miles away from Yangjiazhuang and quite far from the county seat, but it is still under the jurisdiction of Pinggan County. A monster has appeared here, and the matter of killing the monster is naturally under the jurisdiction of Sudang, the head of the flying fish capture. Sudang got the news in the early morning, and he went there with 8 constables in the morning. He killed the monster, and took care of the villagers or evacuated them, which also required these constables to do. Bizayan village was very lively today. The villagers in the village gathered outside a yard, looking at the constables guarding the gate of the yard, and talked about it. I didn't expect there really is a monster. My pig was bitten to death inexplicably before. I thought it was Chang Sanhei's fault. Of course, the Fiu fish hunter is here to kill monsters. Only your pig died. Poor Zengliang's family, 6 people are missing. Most likely, they were eaten by monsters. What does that monster look like? I heard from Dazhuang that it has a pair of wings and can fly. Ah, a flying monster. How come this monster suddenly appeared? Will there be more monsters like this in the future? Monsters appear, and people are in panic. At this time, a figure walked out of the yard. The figure was wearing a Fiu suit, a long sword on his waist, and a young and handsome face. There was a firm and calm look between his eyebrows. Maybe because he had killed too many monsters, Sudang naturally had a murderous aura. The villagers saw it, and consciously quieted down, not daring to speak loudly. Sir, the villager who died in this yard is called Chang San. He is lazy, and never thinks about making progress. He only knows how to do some petty thefts. Our county lord has strict jurisdiction, so he doesn't dare to steal big things. He just takes some food and clothes from the villagers, and occasionally steals some livestock. The constable accompanying Sudang reported in a low voice. He was still muttering in his heart, if the monster kills this kind of people, then this monster is not considered to be killing innocent people. Sudang was also surprised. Although this place is far away from the county, it is also under the jurisdiction of the county. It's risky to kill a lazy man and not eat him. Although Changsan died miserably, his body was still intact. The missing ones are the Chang Zenglian family next door to Changsan. Sudang had also seen that family. All 6 members of the family disappeared. Sir, do you think we should withdraw the team first? This monster hurt people and has left now. We can't find it. The constable beside him asked in a low voice. It is said that Lord Su is very powerful and can even chop out sword energy, so they are naturally in awe of him. But they are also in awe of monsters. They are constables and yamen runners, but they are also ordinary people. They hope that they will never encounter monsters in their lifetime, so they will naturally not take the initiative to look for them. Monsters kill people, and the government can do nothing about it. They can only blame themselves for being unlucky. Who let them live in this world? Sudang knows the thoughts of these constables. Asking them to kill monsters and look for monsters is just asking them to die. This book has been updated recently in #@. Update. First, Sudang was about to speak, but his eyes turned, and he saw a big dog lying quietly on the side of the street. Seeing the big dog, he actually felt a slight vibration in his Dantian. Monster? Related to monster? His mind moved. The constable next to him saw Sudang looking at the dog and reported softly, "Sir, that is the dog of the missing Chang Zenglian family. It has been hungry for a day. Poor thing. Sudong chuckled and said, since the monster has left, there is no point for us to stay here. Today's events will be recorded in the county files. Let's go. Hearing this, many constables smiled. They arranged to seal the dogs in the 2 yards and left the village. Gone. Gone now? What else can I do? Haven't you heard that the monster can fly? What can the flying fish catcher do? I just hope that the monster won't fly back again. Will it not fly back? The villagers were frightened. Some of them had to go to their relatives and friends elsewhere, and some hurriedly prayed to the Buddha. But no one noticed that a dog turned around and ran towards the field behind Bisayan village after watching Sudong and his party leave. In the field, there was a cave, and in the cave was a cave the size of a house. At this moment, there was a charcoal fire in the middle of the cave. Above the charcoal fire, there were human figures hanging with ropes, some old and some young, a total of 6 people. These 6 people have been dead for a long time. Around the charcoal fire, there were several figures of different sizes. These figures included pigs, chickens, rabbits, and cows. In the middle was a rooster monster with a human body and a chicken head, no arms, and only wings. It was more than 2 meters tall and almost reached the top of the cave. At this time, the dog from Chang Zengliang's family ran back and barked twice at the chicken monster in front. The chicken monster crowed happily. Cluck, cluck. Flying fish catcher, I heard it's very powerful, but it's a pity that humans are like this. They don't care about it. How many people really care? I won't take the initiative to provoke it. It's okay. The chicken monster spoke in human language and laughed. Old dog, come quickly. This freshest and tenderest little guy is almost cooked. You eat it first. This little guy always kicks and hits you. Woof woof. The dog barked excitedly. The dog's eyes were fixed on the child hanging on the charcoal fire. Humans use us, kill us, eat us, and there are many ways to eat us. The most famous one is barbecue. Today we will also barbecue this guy to try. We also need to add seasoning. Hee mao. Woof woof. Ho. A group of livestock barked excitedly, almost dancing. Of course, no one noticed that a figure outside was walking slowly in the field, carrying a knife, and wearing a flying fish robe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Killing Chicken. The rooster demon was leading a group of livestock and was about to feast when the cave was opened by a knife. The cave was broken and it was immediately in a mess. The smoke and dust of the charcoal fire flew everywhere and the livestock scattered. The rooster demon spread its wings and flew into the air, looking angrily at the ground. It saw the flying fish suit at a glance. Human, flying fish catcher? The rooster demon was shocked and angry. Since becoming a demon, its intelligence has grown a lot. It knows that humans are flying fish catchers who specialize in killing monsters. Didn't they say that the flying fish catcher left? It had sent the old dog to investigate. Sudong frowned and looked at the scene under the broken cave, the 6 almost roasted corpses, and suddenly his eyes burst into cold light. You little demon. You are so brave. Sudong said coldly, and his voice was full of murderous intent, which made the rooster demon shudder. Sudong's state of unity with the sword is there, which is completely integrated into every move. A look and a word are naturally gathered and sharp. Now he has the intention to kill again. When he said this, the rooster monster felt that a sword had revealed its edge and was placed on its neck. Before he made a move, the rooster monster was scared. Stop, you can't kill me. What right do you have to kill me? What did I do wrong? The rooster monster spread its wings and flew 7 or 8 feet above the ground. He didn't dare to come down and growled at Sudong below. You killed people indiscriminately, so you deserve to die. Sudong had a cold face and the sword in his hand had been raised. The sharp blade was slender and sharp. It was the magic weapon, the tooth-breaking knife. I deserve to kill people. Those people deserve to die. My spouse and children were killed by them. If I hadn't been lucky enough to become a demon, I would have been eaten. And that human named Changsun stole my son in the middle of the night and ate him. He deserves to die too. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The rooster monster roared, and the cock comb on his head kept shaking. God has the virtue of loving life, and all living beings are equal. You humans should kill us and eat us, but we can't kill and eat humans. The rooster demon was furious. Sudong was stunned by what he said. He was really speechless for a while, but then he didn't know what was going on in his mind, and the murderous intent in his eyes was much less. You are right. God has the virtue of loving life, and humans eat you, and you kill humans. That's right. Sudong sighed softly. You said I was right. So, you won't kill me? The rooster demon showed a happy look on his face. Facing this human flying fish catcher, it was still very afraid. It was not easy to cultivate into a demon, and it really didn't want to die if it could. But Sudong shook his head. If you were just an ordinary chicken, of course I wouldn't kill you, but it's a pity that you became a demon. I'm the flying fish catcher, so I naturally have to kill demons. All living beings, the strong prey on the weak. Who really deserves to die? Hearing this, the rooster demon was immediately angry and spread his wings. Cuckoo. Humans are human, extremely overbearing and unreasonable. After all the talk, you still want to kill me. Cuckoo. Unfortunately, it's still unclear whether you can kill me. I can fly. You can't even touch me. The chicken demon roared. Whoosh. It flew straight into the sky, flying diagonally high and far away. Wait, I will kill more and more humans, not only killing people. I will also eat them, roasting, frying, and boiling them. The rooster demon flew and roared, his eyes full of hatred. When he looked back, he saw that the human below had no expression on his face, and was not angry, because of his roar. He just raised the knife in his hand. The originally slender blade was suddenly covered with a layer of blood red light from the human's palm. The knife's strength condensed, and the man and the knife became one. Not good. Fly higher, fly higher. The rooster demon felt depressed when he saw the knife light. Instinctively felt danger, and tried to avoid it frantically. The way of heaven is ruthless. You are right, but it's a pity that you are a demon, and a murderous demon. Sudong whispered. Murderous demons should be killed. Once the murderous instinct is aroused, it cannot be stopped. Because compared with monsters, ordinary humans are just like chickens. He swung the knife in his hand. Puff. A crescent-shaped blood-red blade light burst out from the blade. The blade light was extremely condensed and fast, and it caught up with the chicken demon in the air in the blink of an eye. Blade light. The blade light alone flew more than 10 feet high and 100 meters away. The rooster demon was really panicked. Is the human flying fish catcher so scary? Is it so scary? It swayed its body randomly, trying to avoid the knife. Puff. The blood-red blade light slashed across its neck. A huge chicken head fell down immediately. Sudong put away the knife. A knife that was charged with one breath. Almost made me lose strength. Sudong exhaled lightly, and his face turned slightly pale. From the moment it flew into the sky, I knew that I could only kill it with the blade, and I couldn't fly. Fortunately, its body was not as strong as the rhino demon general and a monkey demon general, and it was just a small demon. I started to accumulate power from the moment I saw it. It also talked, and roared to me, which gave me time to accumulate power. Sudong shook his head. If the chicken demon had been determined to escape from the beginning and flew up, Sudong might not have been able to catch up with him. Sudong didn't have the Taoist talisman of a cultivator. The accumulated power of the sword drained more than half of my internal power. If you don't die from this sword, I can only watch you go. Unfortunately, you can't bear it. If you can't bear it, you will die. Sudong walked to the place where the chicken demon's body fell with a blank expression. He took the demon pill of the chicken demon, a newly formed demon pill, only the size of a small soybean. This book has been updated recently in #@. Update. A domestic chicken has actually become a demon. Sudong was also surprised. There are generally 3 types of monsters. One is born with monster blood. When they grow up, they naturally awaken and become monsters. The second type is those who have the opportunity to be enlightened by big monsters or immortals. They can also open their spiritual wisdom and absorb the essence of the sun and the moon to become monsters. The third type is to obtain spiritual essence and eat it to become a monster. How did this chicken become a monster? Is there something hidden in the feathers of this chicken wing? Sudong checked the corpse of the chicken monster and suddenly his eyes fixed. He saw that under the feathers of the latter, it was like a cloth bag with something in it. Sudong reached out and took it out. 2 milky white rice grains fell into his hand. The moment the rice grains appeared, a faint fragrance of grass and wood filled the air. The smell of grass and wood made Sudong want to eat it. Spiritual essence? This is spiritual essence. Sudong's eyes lit up. Even if he had little experience, he felt that this rice grain was extraordinary. What else could it be but spiritual essence? No wonder a domestic chicken can become a demon. After eating the spiritual essence, of course it can become a demon. After becoming a demon, it has become smart and knows that the spiritual essence is precious. It does not eat it carelessly and hides it privately. Sudong was overjoyed. This chicken demon is really his lucky star. This is also the first time Sudong has obtained the spiritual essence. Previously, it was covered by the demonic aura on the chicken demon, and he did not smell it. Now he just wants to swallow this rice grain immediately. No hurry, take it when you return home. The spiritual essence is a good thing and cannot be wasted. This rice grain can turn ordinary chickens into demons. The effect must be extraordinary. Sudong did not deal with the demon corpse on the ground and could not wait to leave the field. He rushed to Yangjiazhuang. Not long after he left, a villager from Bizhuang village came to the field to farm, but he saw the monster on the ground at a glance. Monster? Is it a monster? Dead. The monster is dead. In an instant, the news of the monster's death spread throughout the panicked Bizhuang village. The villagers were very happy that the monster was dead. As for who killed it, naturally, there were many speculations. Yang Jiazhuang, in old Master Yang's house. Yang Yuxiu was in the hall, still holding a lunchbox. She looked at old Master Yangan, who was eating delicious dishes, with a look of surprise. Brother Sudong just came back and went into the room to practice, and he told us not to disturb him. Pass the message that we were not allowed to disturb him. Yang Yuxiu frowned slightly. His brother was still waiting to ask Brother Sudong to do something. Chapter 23 App Store. On the same day, in Pinggan County, in the mansion of the county lord, a figure wearing a flying fish robe and holding a long sword in his hand, hurried into the mansion of the county lord with many yamen runners and constables. Captain Yan, you are finally here. The mansion is in a hurry today, so I can't welcome you. Please forgive me. The county lord came out to greet him personally. The one who greeted him was the flying fish Captain Yan Zeng. Yan Zeng was born in the famous and upright Hanan sect, which is located in Ningban and Yidan counties. It can be regarded as a large sect. It is rumored that there have been immortal cultivators in Hanan sect. Of course, although Yan Zeng is a direct disciple, he is still far from being an immortal cultivator. Moreover, Yan Zeng is nearly 30 years old this year. He has long left the sect and entered the court. If there is no great opportunity, he will have no hope of becoming an immortal cultivator in this life. The most important thing in cultivating immortals is the apprehension of the bones. There are very few who become immortal cultivators in middle age, if they fail in youth. If you can't become an immortal cultivator, naturally, the motivation for cultivation is much less. Yan Zeng's mind is now on his own career. After this year, the current flying fish leader of Ningban County will be 60 years old. The court stipulates that 60 years old is a rule. Unless a warrior reaches a level of martial unification, he should retire. At that time, the position of flying fish leader will be vacant, and one of the more than 50 flying fish catchers in the 16 counties in the county will be selected as the new leader. Although the flying fish leader is a 7th rank official, his status is much higher than that of the county magistrate of the same 7th rank. Because a county magistrate is distributed in various county towns, and the flying fish leader is in the county town. In the county town, he is close to the county governor and the prefect, and because he has to kill monsters and control a certain amount of armed forces, his political status is of course higher than that of an ordinary county magistrate. The next flying fish leader must be mine. Who is more suitable than me to be the flying fish catcher of the 16 counties? Yan Zeng asked himself that he was born in a famous family. Whether it was his family or his sect, there was no one in the entire Ningban County who could compare to him. If he didn't become the next flying fish leader, who would? Because he had to build a good network of relationships, he came as soon as the county magistrate summoned him this time. In fact, although his official position is not as high as that of the county lord, Fiao captain does not need to obey the county lord's orders. But Yan Zheng still came, rushing over at night. County lord, you don't need to be polite, and you don't need to worry. I'm here, no matter what kind of monster it is, it can't escape. Yan Zheng said confidently. No, Yan, I don't want to kill the monster, I just hope to drive it away, and don't harm my county lord's mansion anymore, just harm my son. The county lord waved his hands repeatedly, but his face was full of worry, and he said hurriedly. Yan Zheng frowned when he heard it. He didn't expect that the county lord, the lord of a county, would be so scared that he didn't even have a bit of dignity. That's right, ordinary people encounter monsters. Naturally, they are afraid. The county lord is just an ordinary person. Yan Zheng sighed in his heart. The county lord is a civil servant. He is not really brave. Take me to Mr. Bao's house first. Yan Zheng didn't say much and directly let the county lord lead the way. That would be the best. The county lord had a happy look on his face, leading the way, but praying in his heart. Although Yan Zheng is arrogant, he has the capital to be arrogant. I just hope he can really drive the monster away and stop harming my family. He prayed, and he was also confused. He was the county lord of the court, the ruler of a county, and had the power to mobilize the formations in the city. What kind of monster was so bold that dared to come and mess with him? He had never encountered it in the past few decades. He encountered it this year. Since Master Bao married a new concubine, strange things have happened one after another, all of which were caused by monsters, but the entire county lord's mansion could not find where the monster was. Naturally, it was impossible to deal with it. Hearing that Yan Zheng was coming, the whole county lord's mansion was excited. The flying fish catcher was famous, and Yan Zheng was rumored to be the leader of the 3 flying fish catchers in Pinggan County. With his arrival, there was naturally hope of catching the monster. Only Master Bao. Master Bao was in the room, covered with a quilt, covering his whole body, not revealing his eyes. He was happy to hear the announcement of Yan Zheng's arrival, but he was not excited. Yan Zheng. Daddy too, why did you invite Yan Zheng first, and not my brother Sudong? As the head of the flying fish catcher, he trusted Sudong more. This Yan Zheng is from a famous family and has extremely high skills. Perhaps he is more suitable to handle this matter. The servants said. Master Bao didn't say much. He was almost driven crazy in recent days. This monster is really strange. It tortures me. By the way, has the little genius doctor arrived? Don't neglect the little genius doctor. Master Bao explained. Yes, Master, it will be here soon. The servants replied. Fortunately, their Master Bao is kind and doesn't do bad things to bully others. Although he likes to marry wives and concubines, that is to give women status and conform to the moral code, it's not a bad thing. Otherwise, it would be another matter whether the little genius doctor comes or not. Master Bao was relieved and injured the pain in his body. That's good. In Sudong's mansion, since he came back from Bizayan village, he has plunged into his room. Sudong sat on the bed in the room, looking at the rice in his hand. Fragrant, really fragrant, this rice. I don't even need to steam it, it makes me want to eat it directly. Sudong sighed. This is Linky, a spiritual object born from the gathering of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is a gift from heaven and earth and a treasure for any life. An ordinary chicken can open its spiritual wisdom and become a demon after eating it. This Linky is also a high level Linky. Don't think too much, eat one first. Maybe, I will directly increase my internal strength by several generations. Sudong smiled. He was also happy. The way to eat Linky is the simplest. There is no side effect at all, no need to worry at all. He put a grain of rice directly into his mouth. When the rice entered his mouth, Sudong immediately felt that his lips and teeth were filled with the fragrance of plants and trees, and the fragrance was overflowing. This is probably the most delicious rice Sudong has ever eaten. No need to chew the rice, just swallow it. As soon as this spiritual essence entered the body, it immediately exuded surging spiritual power. The spiritual power was extremely pure, like a stream pouring into Sudong's Dantian and pouring down. Such a pure spiritual power of heaven and earth, worthy of being a spiritual essence. If I absorb all this spiritual power, how much can I increase my skills? Sudong looked inward at the purple mansion. He was excited and looking forward to it. This book was recently updated in update. Wow. He looked forward to it, watching the stream of spiritual power pouring down, falling into his Dantian, falling into the mobile phone sitting in the Dantian. Wow. All of it was infused into the mobile phone that was shining with golden light. Then, Sudong's face changed. So much spiritual power disappeared in an instant. Gone. So much spiritual power, gone. Sudong was stunned. So much, the essence of spiritual power that formed a stream in his body, just disappeared like that, all swallowed by this phone. After a moment of silence, Sudong immediately understood the problem, and focused his mind on the phone in his Dantian. After absorbing the full effect of a grain of spiritual essence rice, the phone did not change at all. At least the appearance did not change at all. Sudong swiped the screen of the phone with his mind. He immediately found something different. There was an extra prompt. The App Store has been downloaded and installed. Sudong's heart skipped a beat. App Store? What phone doesn't have an App Store? Every smartphone has one. But what can he use this App Store for? Download WeChat? There is really an extra app. Sudong saw an extra small square on the screen at a glance. The square was in the shape of a box with the words App Store written below. Sudong's mind moved, and he clicked on the extra App Store. A prompt page popped up immediately. You have one chance to open the App Store. You can stay for 20 seconds and download an application. Do you want to open it now? There is even a time limit. Sudong didn't even think about it. Open the App Store. Ding. The App Store was opened on the phone screen. The mobile phone sits at the Dantian. The mobile phones are different, so will the applications in them still be the same? Chapter 24 Demonic Transformation Space. The screen of the mobile phone was covered with a golden light, and then an interface appeared with 6 big characters written on it. Mundane App Store. Mundane? Sudong realized that this App Store was extraordinary. Then, the 6 big characters disappeared, and a slightly fancy interface appeared. The App Store officially opened, with many applications classified in different categories. Sudong glanced at it, and was immediately amazed. Ancient Martial Arts Secret Book Library, Divine Power Book, World Map, Farm. Many applications that Sudong had never seen before came into his sight, and Sudong immediately understood that it was different. In the past, the mobile phone sat in my Dantian, and my cultivation was centered on the mobile phone. I thought it was already amazing, but the mobile phone is different, and this App Store is also different. I haven't even seen these applications. Sudong looked at these applications in surprise. He swiped down casually. Recommended download of popular application Demon Transformation Space. An application with a little demon icon came into Sudong's eyes. Interesting. There are also popular applications. He smiled. This application has the most people downloading. I clicked on the icon to check the details. Choose to download the Demon Transformation Space application. Please pay 1 unit of spiritual essence. Pay spiritual essence? Sudong was stunned. He was staring at the interface that suddenly popped up on the screen, and felt a suction force suddenly surged from his arm. The suction force acted on the grain of spiritual essence in his hand. Whoosh! The grain of spiritual essence was instantly absorbed into Sudong's body, and into the phone. 1 unit of spiritual essence has been paid, and the download has begun. Download completed. Installing. Installation completed. Exit the App Store. Ding. The App Store interface on the phone screen closed naturally. Behind the App Store icon, there was an additional demon icon, with the words Demon Transformation Space written below. Sudong was confused. It was over? He swallowed a spiritual essence inexplicably, and a strange App Store appeared. Then he didn't know what he was doing and randomly clicked, and swallowed another spiritual essence. His 2 grains of spiritual essence, just like that. It's a scam. Sudong was speechless. It's not a scam like this. This is the first time he got spiritual essence. Just gone like that. Give me back my spiritual essence. Sudong clicked on the App Store angrily. Please pay 10 units of spiritual essence to open the App Store. An interface popped up on the phone screen. Sudong was stunned. Another spiritual essence? Black, this is too black. If I have more spiritual essence, I will never give it to you. Sudang snorted coldly. Is it easy to get spiritual essence by yourself? Just gone like that? Really, it comes quickly and goes quickly. Then his eyes turned and looked at the little devil icon. After calming down, he clicked in lightly. It's also a popular recommendation in the store. Sudang thought to himself that only with a high audience can it occupy a recommended position. I hope that the recommended downloads are generally correct. Sudang comforted himself in his heart. He spent a spiritual essence in a muddle, and he just hoped that this spiritual essence was worth spending. But thinking of the games recommended on normal mobile phones in the past, all the recommended games were not free of charge and had no experience. Sudang couldn't help but feel his wallet tighten. Wow. Click to enter the demon transformation space. The phone screen is completely dark, and in the darkness, a pair of blood red eyes light up. Then a little bat with black fur all over its body and a pair of black wings behind it appears on the screen. The little bat flaps its black wings. Dear guest, welcome to the demon transformation space. I'm the demon number 7 transformer. Would you like to start your demon transformation project? A crisp voice came from the screen, and this voice made people feel happy and happy. Sudang unconsciously felt that this voice was very nice and moving. What is the demon transformation project? Sudang asked doubtfully. Demons are born powerful and noble lives. Except for the lack of souls, their bodies are perfect. The demon transformation project is to transform the body like a powerful demon. The little demon introduced happily. Sudang frowned slightly. Demons sound very evil and weird. It's better to download the ancient martial arts secret library and the magic book. Sudang thought to himself. But the recommended application should have its unique features. Applications. Just looking at the name alone can't tell whether they are good or bad. First, they are suitable for you, and second, they are really practical. Many people have downloaded this demon transformation space, and there must be a reason why many people have downloaded it. Please choose the part to be transformed first. The little demon flapped its wings. A human body appeared in front of it, and that human body was exactly the same as Sudang. Just the right hand. Sudang pointed at the right hand casually, and he used his right hand to use the knife. Okay, start the transformation. This book was recently updated in #@. Update. Beep beep. In the originally dark space on the screen, the little demon completely disappeared, leaving only a right hand there, and the right hand was completely covered by a layer of black mist. Demon transformation requires the absorption of resentful souls. The guest carries 10 resentful souls on his body and can only complete 20% of the transformation of the right hand. Please collect more resentful souls. Complete the transformation as soon as possible and become a powerful demon body as soon as possible. In the darkness, the voice of the little demon came out, accompanied by a strange sound of clacking. Along with that, Sudang saw 10 small spots of light appearing on the screen. Each spot of light was threatening, but Sudang could still see the faces of those spots of light clearly. The ferocious river monster, the unwilling 3 monsters of Huangshan, the rhino monster general, the chicken monster, and the small monsters killed in the woods. There were 10 in total, 10 resentful souls, like 10 fertilizers, falling on the right hand on the screen. A black vein faintly condensed in the palm of the right hand. The vein only formed a few strokes, and the specific shape could not be seen. What a strange system. Sudang sighed when he saw the 10 resentful souls. Absorbing resentful souls is better than absorbing spiritual essence. However, it was still too weird and evil, making Sudang feel slightly uncomfortable. He just didn't know what the effect of this transformation would be. I hope there will be no side effects, such as the need to suck human blood. Sudang thought of vampires. In a blink of an eye, the transformation on the screen was completed. The little devil was guarding his right hand, and the bat had a well-behaved look on his face, but that look, it seemed much fuller than before, as if it was full. Guest, please try to accumulate as many resentful souls as possible and complete the demon transformation as soon as possible. The little devil also said, kill the resentful souls of 10 monsters and complete 20%. Then, to transform one right hand, you need to kill another 40 monsters. Sudan whispered, this transformation is also related to the number of monsters he killed. If the customer thinks that killing monsters is too slow, then killing people is fine. People also have resentment. The little devil laughed. Sudan heard this. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and his heart was coldly staring at the little devil on the phone screen. The little devil immediately shut up and dared not speak. Interesting application, and it also instigates killing. Sudan sneered, and then said, I don't ask for spiritual essence casually. After Sudan finished speaking, he directly closed the demon transformation space and his mind left Dantian. Sudan left Dantian, but the demon transformation space was still open in the background of the mobile phone system. A little devil was smiling there, and the corner of his mouth stretched out his long tongue to lick. TSK, I haven't eaten vengeful souls for a long time. They are really delicious, but not as delicious as human souls. Unfortunately, this guest seems to dislike killing people. Maybe he just doesn't like it now, but he will like it in the future. I haven't had a guest for a long time. I'm so hungry. Dear guest, go and try it. After experiencing the great power of the devil, you will be addicted to that feeling. Hehe, the vengeful soul of the monster tastes good too. There is also a chicken. I like eating chicken the most. This soul, if it was fried when it died, it would be even better. Sudan did not exit the background of his mobile phone. He just thought it was a game. His mind left his body and opened his eyes. The dazzling sunlight shone in from the window. It's dawn? Sudan was stunned. He came back to eat the spiritual essence, or at night. It's dawn now? I didn't do anything. I didn't practice. It's just, my mind was immersed in that program, and I didn't feel the passage of time. Sudan was shocked. Sure enough, the application exuded an evil spirit. Sudan looked at the sun in the sky and felt that he had just spent a fake night. He hadn't slept yet. Fortunately, he had profound skills and hardly felt a sleepless night. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I should practice with my sword. Sudan shook his head. Getting up early to practice with his sword had long become his habit. He stretched out his right hand and grasped the scabbard beside the bed. Crack. When he grasped it with his right hand, the scabbard was like paper and was crushed directly by him. Chapter 25 The Devil's Right Hand. In order to fit the tooth-breaking knife, Sudan found a scabbard made of fine nanmu wood, which was as hard as iron and stone. How could it be crushed by just one hand? Sudan was stunned, staring at the broken scabbard in his hand. The scabbard was almost broken into two pieces. If I use my internal strength, I can crush this scabbard with a single grip, but I just squeezed it casually. Sudan's heart skipped a beat. He put down the knife in his hand and turned over his right hand. On the palm of his smooth hand, a dark pattern appeared faintly under the skin. The pattern had not been fully outlined, but it had already revealed an evil spirit. As soon as he saw the pattern, Sudan understood. The right hand transformed by the demon transformation space. My right hand has become so powerful? Sudan was shocked. He quickly sank his mind into the Dantian mobile phone, swiped the screen, and clicked the application to enter the demon transformation space. The screen fell into darkness again, and the little demon appeared with red eyes. Devil number 7 is here to serve the guests. Please collect the resentful souls as soon as possible and complete the transformation of the demon body as soon as possible. The little demon said in a clear and pleasant voice. Sudan glanced at the little demon. Then he exited the application. He opened his eyes again and looked at his right hand. He gently squeezed it and felt the power of a volcanic eruption in his right hand, which could burst out with terrible power at any time. Sudan walked out of the room and came to the yard where he usually practiced swordsmanship. There was a big stone in the yard. There was still moss floating on the stone. Sudan walked over and clenched his right fist without internal energy. A punch landed on the big stone. Boom. The big stone was directly smashed and scattered all over the ground. It's really scary. This punch is better than my punch with internal energy, and my skin is also very hard, but I can still feel the pain. Sudan raised his right hand and looked at it. After the expression of surprise on his face, he showed a happy expression. Demon body? Although the evil spirit is weird, fortunately there are no side effects, and it can make me stronger quickly. Sudan's eyes flashed with excitement. The road of a warrior is extremely hard, and there is no chance to cultivate immortality. This demon transformation has brought new hope to Sudang. The most convenient thing is that I don't need to practice demon transformation deliberately. I just need to kill monsters and collect resentful souls. Sudang was in a good mood. No wonder this application has a high audience, because the threshold is low and the effect is obvious. Sudang can foresee that with this demon transformation space, he will become stronger rapidly in a short time. Let's see how powerful I am when I swing the knife now, Sudang said secretly. He pulled out the broken tooth knife. With a casual knife, he chopped at a piece of gravel. Puff! A sharp sound of breaking wind sounded, and the broken tooth knife easily cut the gravel like cutting tofu. The power of simply swinging the knife is comparable to my blood shadow knife technique. Sudang curled his lips. Really strong. The power brought by this demon transformation is really strong. I will kill more monsters in the future. If I kill more monsters, my strength will increase dramatically. Sudang looked expectantly, looking towards the east of the courtyard. There was a long mountain range. That mountain range was Black Wind Mountain. The Black Wind-Old monster was there. It's almost there. Black Wind-Old monster, your good days are almost over. In the past, Sudang just suppressed this hatred because his strength was far from enough, but now, he saw the dawn of killing on Black Wind Mountain. It's almost there. Although Sudang was surprised by the powerful power of the demon's right hand, he continued to practice swordsmanship for a day. He never stopped practicing swordsmanship. He just put away his sword. A beautiful figure walked in from outside the courtyard. Brother Sudang. Yang Yuxiu smiled sweetly, with a sense of vitality on her body, and walked happily to Sudang's side. Sister Yuxiu, good morning. Sudang smiled. You come here so early. Is there something? He had a keen eye, and could see the trace of sadness in the eyes of the girl at a glance. Most likely he has something to ask him, hesitating how to start. Hearing this, Yang Yuxiu's pretty face suddenly turned red, but she bit her teeth and nodded slightly. Yes, it's my brother who has something to ask Brother Sudang. Brother Yachin? Sudang frowned. Last time I helped him, I had already told him not to take risks in the future. Why is he looking for him again this time? Maybe I guessed wrong. Is there something else? Sudang was still thinking so. Then he chuckled and said, Brother Yachin has something to ask me. Why did I ask you to come? Where is he? Brother was blocked outside the door by the old man, and was not allowed to come in. Yang Yuxiu smiled bitterly. Sudang immediately understood. He waved his hand. Let him come to see me. Okay. Thank you, Brother Sudang. Yang Yuxiu thanked him happily, and quickly turned around, and went out to call his brother. As soon as she left, Yang An came from the corridor of the yard. His expression was ugly. Donja, are you still meeting Yang Yachin? Yuxiu is also speaking. After all, he is his brother. Sudang chuckled. Be careful, Yang Yachin asked you for a big favor. He came to see you the day before yesterday, and brought a valuable gift. But I blocked him. Yang An said in a low voice. He didn't have any good feelings towards Yang Yachin. This book has been updated recently in .. Update. Sudang nodded slightly. After a while, Sudang was the only one in the hall of Yang's mansion. Yang An went out to walk his bird, and was too lazy to see Yang Yachin. Yang Yuxiu came to the hall with her brother Yang Yachin. As soon as they came in, before Sudang stood up, Yang Yachin knelt down with a plop. Master Su, please save me. This kneeling, not to mention Sudang was shocked. Even Yang Yuxiu was shocked. Brother, what are you doing? Sudang looked at him with a cold face. Have you used the spirit again? He said coldly. Yes, I was confused for a moment, but I had no choice. The boss is very powerful, and I have no choice but to obey. But I guarantee that this is the last time. Please save me. Yang Yachin knelt on the ground, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes, crying. He also took out a storage bag from his arms. Seeing this storage bag, Sudang's face changed slightly. This time, the favor is not small. Yang Yuxiu understood it. Although she felt ashamed for her brother, she also ran to Sudang and grabbed Sudang's sleeve. Brother Sudang, my brother is really confused, but there is no way. The boss forced him, and he dared not do it. Brother Sudang, please help him again this time. Sudong sighed. He relied on the function of the mobile phone in his Dantian to block the signal to block the breath. This method, from his current perspective, is extremely rare, and it is inevitable that it will attract the attention of those who are interested. I really don't want to take the risk to help Yang Yuchen. But looking at the begging looks of the two brothers and sisters, Yang Yuchen, I will help you one last time today. There is no limit to 3 times. If you come again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sudong grabbed the storage bag in his hand. His internal force surged, and he grabbed the storage bag in the air. This move also made the two siblings quiet. Sudong did not even look at what was in the storage bag. He threw it back to Yang Yuchen, then stood up and walked out of the hall. Thank you for saving my life, sir. Yang Yuchen and my sister will work hard and repay you. Yang Yuchen knelt down and shouted. Sudong heard it. His face was cold. After Sudong left, Yang Yuchen stood up, still holding the storage bag tightly in his hand. When he smelled it, he immediately showed joy. There is really no breath. It's amazing. How did he do it? Yang Yuchen was extremely surprised. Brother, let's go. Don't bother brother Sudong anymore. Yang Yuxiu said. Yang Yuchen also nodded, but he looked at the storage bag in his hand, his eyes rolling. Really? The boss has said that he wants to know the method of concealing the aura. If he can get this method. He was thinking in his mind, but his sister beside him was ashamed and had no idea what her brother was up to. Sudong left the front hall and just walked out of the corridor. A figure in a constable's uniform hurried over. Sir, there is a gift from the county lord's mansion. It is sent by Master Bayo, the constable said with a smile, holding a box in his hand. Sudong stopped. It's not a festival, so why send gifts? He was surprised and took the box from the constable. The latter helped to open it. There were only some ordinary cakes in the box, and a letter was placed on the cakes. Send me cakes. Sudong shook his head and chuckled. This Master Bayo. He opened the letter, but as soon as he saw it, the smile on his face froze. Is there a monster in the county lord's mansion? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.